First dinosaurs would have looked kind of like little Eoraptor, you know, like you see right there. And so basically dinosaurs start right here. Everything that evolves from the ancestor of all the dinosaurs is a dinosaur by definition. So all of these creatures here, you can trace them all back to that right there. So that's why crocodiles are not dinosaurs. That's why plesiosaurs are not dinosaurs. You know, that's why critters like, you know, like Dimetrodon, like Dimetrodon right here are not dinosaurs. Because dinosaurs start right there. You know, this is called like the crown group definition of a clade. It's everything that evolved from that ancestor is one of its descendants. So all of these guys are descendants from the ancestral dinosaur. From right here. Sedimentologists and sometimes paleontologists to pick up a piece of rock like this, break off a little piece, then chew it in your teeth. And that kind of allows you to get a real tactile sense for like the grain size and the consistency of the rock. Is it a mudstone? Is it a siltstone? How grainy or fine is it? How smooth is it? That kind of thing. So I'll do a lot of that when I'm like taking a stratigraphic section. So like when you're measuring out, you know, like how high a particular site is in a given formation. And you want to like take stock of all the changes that are occurring in the rock.
5 meters high at the shoulder, roaming Eurasia from Romania to China at the end of the Oligocene epoch, long after.
How those giant mammals, look how cute they are. Oh my, just adorable. Just look, we want to pinch its little perissodactyl cheeks right there. Paraceratherium. I mean, that's cute, you know? Yeah, the largest mammal to ever walk the earth. Yeah, a pocket pet. There you go, Orchestran. Yeah. And Little Pig Pony says, I just got off work, now I'm off for the next 4 days. Well, what kind of timing is that? That's awesome. Jenna Strand, welcome back to Paleontologizing. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Thanks for bringing your viewers here. And everybody, check out Jenna Strand's channel if you've not done so yet. Yeah. And Jenna Strand says, I wanted to bring people to look at the dinosaurs. Well, you brought them to the right place, Jenna Strand. We are looking at each and every dinosaur. Each and every genus of dinosaur, at least, available in Prehistoric Kingdom. And, really good video about this kind of thing that, I showed when we interviewed him not too long ago. Here, Mini Pie, you're all over the place right now. Calm yourself. Where is that? Mini Pie, don't knock my camera over, please. I know you want a lot of attention right now. I've got a job to do here, Minnie. Yeah. Look at the suture between the premaxillae and the max right here. Look at this right here. You see it there? Yeah. That's totally it. That is totally it. Wow. Wow. Let this be a lesson to everyone. Do not purchase dinosaur fossils at auction, especially when their provenance is doubtful. Whoever bought this got majorly ripped off. You wouldn't download a Triceratops, says who got the Dormiano. Oh, I would. I have. But giant anteaters are not from Africa. They don't exist there. And so, you know, in a film with all kinds of, you know, talking, singing animals, it just completely ruins my, immersion in the film. My suspension of disbelief shattered when they start having animals that aren't even from that continent. For shame.
This is the sound.
My immersion, says Claire Burr. I know, right? Oh, those, I know. Can you believe it? Can you believe it, chat?
Yeah, I don't know if I have the personality to be a governor.
No?
I do love to lie.
How do you feel about corruption? You into it? Oh, look at you, sweetie pie. Look at this. Wow, look at that. Look at that. Wow. Look, I'm dressed up. You're dressed up. Happy Theropods Giving, sweetie pie. Aww. Otherwise have. That's pretty cool. That's one of the things that makes us human, that we can not only ask, where did we come from? How did everything here come to be? We can actually find the answers. That's incredible. That's really amazing. And it's, I think, one of the most noble pursuits that anybody could have. That's why I'm proud to be a paleontologist. So, yeah. I hope that works. Yeah. It's not going to be this that I can't say. Family-friendly stream here. This sounds like something you'd yell to another boater, though, when they cut you off at the marina. Can we get a big collective paleo salute for Claire Burr? Let's get those going in the chat. Thank you very much, Claire. It's a big deal. We love calamari. Yes, indeed. Yeah, calamari Dunbury, right? Olatobo? And applause, yes. Thank you, Claire. As scientists, this is really important, so I'm glad that your friend asked this question. This is fundamental, foundational stuff. If you don't understand this, you don't understand biology. So thank you for giving me an opportunity to talk about it, because there's other people in the chat for whom this will be new information too. And I wish this sort of thing were taught in schools more. We got out there this morning and bailed some water out of the Iguanodontian quarry, and that was, yeah. I don't know, we'd done some decent trenching and everything, so the bone's gonna be okay, but...
Oh, if I had moved the wash, believe me, that would have been full.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Now, did that wash flow at all?
Oh, yeah.
That did?
Definitely.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was, I took some video of it. It was pretty impressive. That berm that I built there, really glad I did, or that would have been coming into the quarry. Holy cow, yeah.
It's really important to, quarry engineering, people don't think of it.
I did a lot of that in Hell Creek, the Leptoceratops site. That was, yeah.
There was a quarry the Brigham Young University did for a Patasaur, the Mill Canyon dinosaur site, right in the side of a wash. And basically, when I decided to check it out, and I went there, the thing was filled with water. Pelve, probably over a 10-foot deep quarry hole, and filled with water. You can look through the murky water and see white of these big jackets over the pelvis and things. It came out okay. The bones are prepped and they look good, but generally I don't like to see my jackets underwater.
No, not a good thing.
Particularly in the Morrison Formation, because often those shales, they didn't go into the bone at all. They swell, swelling clays that are derived from volcanic ash. Yeah. And as they expand, they blow your bones up. I saw a whole beautiful Camptosaur bone turned into dust one time.
That's a nightmare.
Cover your quarry, particularly in the Morrison.
Yep. Yeah. Whoa. owns it. She really does. Such a funny expression. Oh, yeah. One more. Drooling. Gross. Gross. All right, let's get you some treats, huh? Foam.
You cut the foam to the shape of the bone, or the pedestal rather, and then you mix up a bowl of plaster, you dip it in there,
Gotcha.
and with the coarse side up, you press it all over the jacket.
You said foam, and I was thinking spray foam.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, polyester.
Gotcha, yeah.
AC.
No, that makes a lot more sense.
It behaves a lot like fiberglass, but it doesn't have the risks of fiberglass.
Ugh. Yeah, I've used a lot of fiberglass in the lab before, and I don't enjoy it.
We use it here occasionally, and I don't enjoy it either.
All right. Oh, man, look at that.
I don't know how much we're going to see. Oh, there's some stuff peeking out.
Nice. We got some bone already, yeah.
Yeah, that must be part of the sacrum there.
Right over here, Tim.
Yeah,
The transverse process or something?
It's either float process or part of the cradle.
Okay.
This looks vertebral centrum right here, possibly. Jack says a lot of stuff, so we always find new things. All right.
We've got a big sauropod thigh bone down there, big femur. And parts of that are real, yeah. From Hanksville, Utah. I'm going to be driving past there in just a few days.
They're young on the beach. Yeah.
Very cool. And you can see there are parts of this that are broken off, like the pubes right there. That's snapped, broken. Wonder what happened. That might be plaster anyway, but still. Yeah, one of the caudal chevrons is broken off right there, and you can see the metal rod coming out. Yeah, it's a very old-fashioned way of mounting a skeleton like this. I'd love to see these mounted, you know, in an upright, sprightly, modern posture. But I don't know. And then there's a young Allosaurus right there, it looks like. Very cool. To be able to help out with this emergency.
One of the most extraordinary events to take place on our planet. The gift of 100 subscriptions to Paleontologizing.
Did that really just happen there? Gift subs this minute. 100 gift subs 3 minutes. Incredible. Horror X, I don't know what to say. But it is insanity, sacrificial goat. Holy moly. You don't know how much I appreciate this. Nor the 250 community members who just had a gift subscription. You deserve some even more enthusiasm. That's so neat. Wow, let me see if I can match the pose. Dino news. Somebody clip that. Dino news. Dino news. That is so cool. I don't even know what to say. And Iliumworks says it's so worth it. The world needs all the science outreach it can get. Did anybody else see that coming? Just ambushed. My goodness. I don't think that's ever happened to me. That, says Lapra, which is apparently a bastardization of its Japanese name Laplas. Oh, or Laplace. Lapras. Oh, shoot. Alright, well maybe it's called Lapras. Lapras. See that shell on its back? You can ride on it. It's called a lapras. Lapras. Lapras, bejeweled. Mr. Fossil. Uh-oh. It's stuck. This is not a great advertisement for the game right now. But oh, never mind. My controller is turned off. But yeah.
I think we probably have more sauropods than we've been saying we do.
I mean, the big blobby ones it's usually safe to call them sauropods. Yeah.
I wonder if this is something.
Huh. That's kind of weird looking. I wonder if that could be a toe right there. This could be a heel.
This might be a middle. And
Yeah.
This is a lateral toe.
Mm-hmm. That could be the other toe right there, possibly. Another ornithopod, or...
A lot of squinting going on here.
Yeah, definitely. They're not the prettiest tracks, so this is kind of how it goes with those.
Might be another...
Another fire, and the Cuyahoga became an overnight sensation.
The noise was...
Was that Darth Vader there?
Another fire, and the Cuyahoga became an overnight sensation.
Yeah. I am altering the river. Pray I don't alter it any further. There you go, yeah. There's so much still left to be learned about the world around us. About fossil organisms that are long dead, and also about creatures that are still around today. Like these flying squid. Someday somebody is going to unravel these mysteries. It's gonna happen. Maybe it'll be somebody watching this broadcast right now who's never heard of flying squid. And they will later go on to become a scientist and will, this will end up being their master's thesis project or something like that. Who knows? But this is why science is so exciting. We are dealing with the very frontiers of human knowledge. There are so many mysteries out there still left to be solved. And the thing is, they are very solvable. A lot of these are low-hanging fruit that are still within our grasp. Somebody just has to reach up and pick them, It's a nice stream you got there. It'd be a real shame if somebody went and sat in front of the camera all the time. If those 250 viewers, if they had their view obscured, by a big fluffy cat. I'm just saying, All right, Sweetie Pie. All right. This is a protection racket. It's time to pay Sweetie Pie. Huh. Yeah. Sweetie Pie says, I love organized crime. All right, Donna, sweetie. Here you go. There you go. And they've got to do the best they can to equalize the weight in front and behind. And so one of the ways to do that, when your head is your main... When that's the business end of you as an animal, you're doing your eating and your sensing and everything else with that head, you're doing your killing with that head, it pays to make it big and robust. You gotta cut down on the weight at the front of your body, so you reduce your arms. We see this in a bunch of different theropod dinosaurs. Basically everybody except for Spinosaurs. Spinosaurs do something different where they lengthen their neural spines. So that might be like a support structure, essentially, to help them hold up the front of their body. That might be what that sail is for. It's probably tendons and ligaments that run down from that, almost like a suspension bridge, Almost kind of like the Golden Gate Bridge here. And Self Universe says, when you were a child, did you want to grow up to dig out exciting things?
Helping me out there, Danny.
Oh, yeah.
This is my dream job as a child.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. Happy Thursday, one and all. Happy Thursday BIRDSDAY. It is May 14th, 2026. We're going to do some paleontologizing today. I hope you're ready for it. We've got some fossil news to cover. We didn't get to that Pinacosaurus paper yesterday, so we'll cover that today. Along with a new dinosaur from Thailand. The first sauropod named from that country, to my knowledge. Exciting stuff. We'll look at that paper. And later on, we'll do Thursday BIRDSDAY as well. For anyone who's here for the very first time, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Talking about fossils, talking about the history of life on Earth, talking about extinction, evolution, biodiversity, and conservation of our modern ecosystems, too. As a paleontologist, I study fossils. That's what paleontologists do. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. Most paleontologists don't actually work on dinosaurs. Most paleontologists don't really have anything to do with dinosaurs, but that's my wheelhouse. That's what I do. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in scientific journals. Dinosaurs are what I present on at scientific conferences, and what I excavate during the field season. We'll be out there in Wyoming in just a couple weeks now. In fact, the rest of my crew, many of my other crew members, are leaving tomorrow to go out there to Wyoming. I'll be there beginning of June. But this next week, I'll be in Florida. Not doing paleontological fieldwork, but doing some marine turtle fieldwork. I'll talk more about that in a little bit, but I'm very excited. Yeah, and I'm glad you like that, Claire. Yeah, thanks. Anywho, good to have everybody here. Let's see who's here in the chat real quick. I saw Fall Machine first today. How you doing, Fall Machine? Howdy, howdy. First, at least as far as I could see. I did have to restart my computer, so maybe that's part of it. Anyway, Claire, how are you doing? Hello, Claire Burr. Hope you're having an excellent day. Thank you for everything that you do as a mod, Claire. I appreciate you more than you know. Frizzy Izzy. Hello. Welcome to Paleontology. Uh-oh. That's not good. Hang on. Sorry about that. Starting a 3D print here, and the first layer did not adhere properly. So, well, I'll tell you in a little bit what we're printing. But first, I want to make sure that it actually starts working. And, having some camera issues with that, too. But looks like it's fine now. Oh, goodness. Hang on. You don't hear any music right now? That's not on purpose. Gosh darn it. Windows had another update this morning, and it must have borked all of my settings for OBS. It's funny, I checked it this morning, and then Windows forced a restart and an update, and... Hang on here. Goodness. Not default. No, we want headphones. There we go. Okay, we working now? Can you hear the music? Stupid micro slop. That's so frustrating. Thank you, Lordy, for the heads up there. I appreciate it. Thank you, Lordy. It was going the whole time, you just couldn't hear it. Hopefully you could still hear the audio during the clips opener thing. But yeah. Thank you, Lordy. Anyway, and cross your fingers we get a good adhesion on our first layer here for our 3D print. Real clip to work. Thank you, Petrodactylus. Excellent. Where was I? I was saying hello to people in the chat. Let's see. Claire Bird, Gravity 63. Howdy, howdy, Gravity. Void Mug and Nutzens. Jazzy Cats. Illy Spid. Petrodactylus. I hope you're doing really well, Petrodactylus. Can we get a shout out for you? It's good to have you here. And the Tech Bird. Hey, did you change your username, the Tech Bird? Did you used to have a different, perhaps rhyming username? I don't want to say it just in case you've gone into witness protection or something, but I think I know what's going on. Fake 2D, hello, hello. Gav1816. Tommy Ploticus. Alexander Morrison. Howdy, howdy, Alexander. Go for Fluffernuts. LM's Plush. Darth Jacoby. Welcome back, Darth Jacoby. I feel like it's been a minute. It's good to see you. Emo Purlento, how are you doing? Rusty Guy. That's a name I haven't seen in a minute. How you doing, Rusty Guy? Welcome, welcome. And MacL72, the Prusa Barfold. And I hope it's not, I heard it, no, it's doing it again. Hang on. And thank you, whoever that was right there. SolarPod, thank you for the Prime there. Really appreciate it. Here, let's get our alert box working again on the 3D printer thing. I gotta adjust the print head height on this because I think it's a little too low. I think that's why it's catching. So take a look at that. Yeah. And Petrodactylus says, I'm doing very well despite a pretty rough past week. I'm sorry you had a rough week, but I'm glad you had some incredibly uplifting life events. Very exciting, Petrodactylus. Glad you're in a fantastic mood here. Let me fix this real quick. Hopefully that does it. We've adjusted the nozzle height there. So hopefully that solves the issue. We'll see. Anyhow, and I don't use glue on, it's a heated print bed, Tech Bird, so you're not supposed to use glue on it. You essentially void the warranty on the plate. Anyway. I've used glue on these before, and I've had to throw them out afterward because it just destroys them. Anywho, yeah. And it does look like a plant on that hole. Good to have you here. So far, so good. Cross your fingers. It continues to work. You know, 3D printers can be a little squirrely, I've been very happy with my Thursdays. Anyway, let's do a quick little blue sky post, and then we'll get started. Hang on. Go check on this real quick. Sorry for all the false starts today. It's just, you know, live broadcasting. Okay, I think we're doing well. Appreciate your patience. And take a screenshot, see if that's usable. I feel like I can do better than that. Let's try that. Better. Okay. We'll go with that. Barely got to covering that new Malverasaur yesterday in here. So we'll tackle the new Pinacosaurus paper, as well as Thailand's first described sauropod dinosaur. And sorry about the noise. In a second, I gotta use my number pad, which is also my soundboard, to type in M dash. What? Sorry about the noise. It's Thursday BIRDSDAY 2. Printed.
Oh, what time and oh, what fun.
Hang on a second. Thank you, TechBird. Yes.
The May formerly known as the Trek Nerd.
I knew it. I love that you picked a rhyming new username there. TechBird, Trek Nerd. I appreciate it. And I do this way too much, but in honor of your old moniker, not to dead name you or anything, but I presume you were still a Star Trek devotee. There we go. framed figures from paleontological publications. Paleontologizing, no typos detected. Let's post it.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. Yeah. It's loading. It's loading. Come on. Come on, you can do it. There we go. Here is a link. If you're on Blue Sky and would like to engage with that post, there you go. Thank you again for the 100 bits there, TechBird. I appreciate it. Thank you for your support. Mochi Mew, rather. How are you doing? Hello, hello. And Charlie's Dragon, did I say hello to you yet? Welcome, welcome, Charlie's Dragon. I hope you're having an excellent day. It's good to see you as always. Thank you for... Oh, and I have the same printer, too, and I've used glue sticks for years. Really? Shoot. Everybody on the forums that I've seen says, like, never, ever, ever use glue on a printed Prusa bed. And I disregarded that, and I put some glue on a few times, and I can't use those print beds anymore. It like, destroyed the surface, so stuff just doesn't adhere to them regular. It's like if you're gonna use glue, you have to use glue every time afterward. Might have been the wrong kind. Maybe. Yeah. The funny thing is, I used the glue that came in the box, because I'm pretty sure Prusa actually includes a glue stick in the box, and then everyone on the forum says, do not use it. And I didn't listen, and it ruined the print bed. Not the print bed, but the metal plate, the steel plate. Yeah. I had to throw that one out. Yeah. It was weird. And hello to you, Olvulus. Howdy, howdy. Akira Eclipse was shaken. What do you say? Are we ready for some Metazoo right off the bat here? I want to give us enough time to be able to do a bunch of fossil news today before Thursday BIRDSDAY, which will be our final hour of the stream. BioSalad Girk, how are you doing? I saw you were here yesterday. Welcome back. It's good to see you. Interesting, Demon Prince. Cool. So many learned people in chat. So many learned people, I say as I stall for time. So many learned people.
Tell me more. I want to know all the constellations.
Well, there's Jerry the cowboy, and that big dipper looking thing is Alan the cowboy.
Oh, Papa Homer, you are so learned.
Learned, son. It's pronounced learned.
I love you, Papa Homer.
I love you too, Pepsi.
Peppy.
Peppy.
No. You're so learned, chat. Let's do some Metazoo before we get too distracted with that stuff. Let's show off that learnedness by absolutely crushing today's animal guessing challenge. Petronak, I'm glad you enjoyed that. For those of you who are not familiar, which most of you probably are, Metazoo is a daily animal guessing challenge. It's a lot like that game Wordle, where you got to figure out a mystery word of the day, but you know, anybody can do that. You know? New York Times thinks they're so fancy. How many of the Wordle top scorers would be able to guess the mystery animal of the day in 5 guesses or fewer? Not many, I would suspect. It's because of an understanding of phylogenetic trees that we can do this. Because as far as we know, all life on Earth evolved from a single last universal common ancestor about 3 or 4 billion years ago. Every living creature on our planet, from quinoa to kangaroos to kelp, everything descended from one single-celled ancestor pretty far back in Earth's past. This is true for all the animals as well. So animals are but one major group here. We call it clade, an evolutionary family group. There's animals over here, all 1.4 million species on this particular representation. There's way more species of animal in the world than just this, but these are the number that they actually cataloged here on the One Zoom Tree of Life, which we'll use as a tool for tackling Metazoa today. So let's jump in.
Hold on to your butts.
And that's really cool, Claire. Claire says, whenever I encounter someone who's proud of their Wordle, I try to show them Metazoa. That's neat. Yeah, think of it like Wordle for biologists, for zoologists. There's also Metaflora, if you're into botany. I've tried it a few times. I'm no good at that. I don't know much about plants. But I work on animals, so... Anyway, I like to start off with a mammal for Metazoa because we're trying to get this in 20 guesses or fewer. They give you 20 guesses. I'm actually going to try and do it in 5 guesses or fewer to keep my average down. Because, yeah, my average is currently sitting at 5.1. I'd love to get that down below 5. So anyway, give me the name of a mammal, a placental mammal, please. Camel or mole? Yeah, camel's a good one to start with. Yeah. Camel's a mammal. An artiodactyl mammal. Yeah, let's start off with camel. Methinks it looks like a camel. Let's see. And, no. Our critter's not a camel, nor is it a mammal, nor is it a vertebrate, but it is a bilaterian. So let me show you what that means. We guessed camel here, or I did. There we go. So here's camels. Camels are a type of artiodactyl, cloven-hoofed ungulate, which... See, that's a kind of Boreotherian, a kind of placental, a kind of therian, a kind of mammal. But our critter's not a mammal. Metazoa says, no, best I can do for you today is bilateria. So bilaterally symmetrical animals, we gotta go all the way up here to the bilateria. There we go. So this is we've narrowed it down to just 1.399 million species. But this tells us more than you would think, because our critters, they don't even have xenocoelomorphs in there, so we don't have to worry about that. Our critter's not going to be a deuterostome, because this is the group that camels belong to. It didn't say deuterostomia. It said bilateria. So our critter's got to be a protostome. These are all of the... Well, these are many of the invertebrate animals. This is all of the arthropods, including spiders and insects and myriapods. It's all of the mollusks, including octopus and clams and things like that. It's all of the, I think, worms. And then, well, yeah, did I mention the insects? It's at a time like this that you kind of have to think of what is the most speciose group here? Just by the numbers. If we're trying to get this in as few guesses as possible, it pays to be kind of mercenary. It pays to be kind of a bean counter about this. As much as it pains me. But, here we go. So, in order for us to not have a hard day's night with too many guesses, we should go with a beetle. Because the beetles are one of the most speciose groups within Protostomia. So let's guess, I don't know, like ladybug. That's a beetle. By the numbers, there's so many beetles, it could very well be a beetle. Let's see. Let's try it. And okay. It's not a beetle per se, nor is it an insect, but it is part of Pancrustacea. So Pancrustacea is the group that includes the crustaceans and the insects. Let's go to that. This was actually a pretty big deal, I think, not too long ago. There was some dispute over where insects belong on the Tree of Life. And recent publications, recent work on these guys has placed them pretty firmly within Crustacea. So insects might actually be a kind of crustacean, which is really interesting, I think. But anyway, crustaceans, insects, and more is arthropoda. And anyway, here we go. Here's Pancrustacea. So this includes there we go, yeah. So I guess under this schema, insects are actually closer to lobsters and crabs than they are to, say, spiders or millipedes or centipedes. Pancrustacea. All crustaceans and hexapods. So insects and their relatives are hexapods. Yeah. About when did this come out? 2005, 2010, 2000. So it's really just within the last, basically 25 years that this consensus has started to form. So it's fairly recent in the grand scheme of things. So anywho, we guessed ladybug, which is kind of beetle, which is kind of insect. Metazoa said nope, but it is part of Pancrustacea, which tells us it's going to be a crustacean and not an insect. So we could go in a few different directions with this. We could go with the decapod crustaceans, like lobsters and crabs, or we could go more like closer to like maybe krill. I don't think it's going to be a branchiopod. They have those. Hexapods. It's not going to be a hexapod. No, it's not an insect. It's going to be a copepod, or let's try a Eumalicostracum. Shrimp and crabs and isopods. That's funny. Let's try maybe pistol shrimp. Let's see if that gets us anywhere closer. And okay, our critter is a Malacostracum, so we're on the right track there. But it's not going to be a shrimp, it looks like. Oh, and hello, sweetie pie. How are you doing? Hi. Answer is krill. We'll see, Golganak. We'll see. But hello, how are you doing, sweetie pie? Are you having a good day? You gonna push the camera around? Okay. She loves doing that. It's like your favorite thing. It's like your favorite thing. You love it. You love it. That and blocking the main camera. You love pushing around the cat cam. You love standing in front of the main camera. Huh. Look at that. Close up. Yeah. Bring the other camera over. Oh. Yeah. Very nice, Lenina. Well done. How are you doing? Sweetie Pie went to the vet today. And she, they took some of her blood. Did they take your blood? Did they take it? I'm trying to figure out what these allergies are that you've got. Do you need more special food? What's the deal? What's the deal? Make sure you have the best life possible. No scabs, no more skin irritation. You want a happy, healthy sweetie pie? You're usually happy. I want you to be healthy too. You know? True. Ashket says, how old is she? I don't know. Presumably younger than me. Yeah. I think Sweetie Pie's like 8 or 9 years old, something like that. Yeah, Lordy says 8 maybe? What's going on with that paw right there? What's going on with that paw? We have a crustacean to guess. We do. You know what that is? Stick around and you can learn. Okay, maybe. Think about it. And here, let me turn the music down a little bit. Let's see if that's good. We just had a Windows update, and that's kind of messed with some of our settings against our will. So we'll see if that helps. How are you doing? Alright, let's continue. Let's try and figure out what our... tail out of my mouth. What critter we've got here. So is this going to be some kind of member of Stomatocorida, also known as Malacostraca? Are these equivalent groups? Malacostraca. So this is decapods plus isopods plus leptostracans, stomatopods, amphipods, and euophysations. Oh, okay. So our critter could still be, I think, yeah, krill, prawns, isopods, amphipods, and mantis shrimp. But let's think about this. Let's be smart about this. We guessed pistol shrimp, and that... let's see. Pistol shrimp are... No, it's not going to be their group. They're part of Carida, which are the true shrimp. Huh. Are krill members of this group? Can we knock out the krill? Let's see. True shrimp. Okay, so we still have boxer shrimp and prawns. Could still be... I should have gone with decapods first and try to knock them out. Let's go with a decapod. Crab. Let's try maybe... ugh, coconut crab. Not one of my favorite critters. Let's try and knock them out. Okay, well, we did manage to knock them out, so we know it's not going to be anything related to coconut crabs. It's not part of Plesiocyamata. Oh, shoot, we know it's not part of this entire clade now. Okay, so it's got to be a prawn, right? Ooh, I think we might have it now. I think we might have it. Yeah. Tiger prawn? Could it be? Let's see. That means we'll get this in just 5 guesses.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's try it. Wait, no? Their critter's not a decapod. Gosh darn it. Good. Well, okay, at least we know it's not a decapod. There's so many species within that clade. So it is a non-decapodin stomatocaridin. I was so lucky for it to be... I was so eager for it to be tiger prawn, and it's gonna bring down our average. It could still be an isopod, it could be an amphipod. Gosh darn it. Let's try isopod maybe. Pillbug, land isopod. Let's give that a shot. Could it be?
Hold on to your butts.
No. Isopods are very cool, Cloven Art. They're very, very cool. A friend of mine raises isopods in captivity. Snail chaser. Despite his name, he's more interested in isopods than he is in mollusks. Okay, so our critter is a stomatocarid, but not a decapod. Could it still be like krill? Fausiacea. They are part of Eucarida. Which... Stomatocard. So our critter is a stomatocarid, but not a decapod. Stomatocarda is, I guess, equivalent to Eumalacostraca. Okay. But is it part of Eucarida? Decapods, krill, and... Is it gonna be krill? Oh boy, it's gonna be 7 guesses. This is no good. And I don't think it's gonna be mantis shrimp, Emo purulento, but let's double check, because I think they're part of Decapoda. No, they're not. They're part of Hoplocarida. Stomatopoda. Could still be a mantis shrimp. Should we go with krill or should we go with mantis shrimp next? Mantis shrimp would be a lot of fun to talk about, but so would krill, honestly. You were kidding about the krill, says Golganek? I mean, you'd shoot for the mantis shrimp? You better not miss, because... Oh, man. If they get you back, it's curtains. Let's try mantis shrimp here. And that's it! Excellent. Odontodactylus. It's so funny. That means toothed finger is the that username there. Oh boy, 7 guesses is not the best. Let's see. do a smiley with the... Let's do a woozy face. There we go. Yeah. And there is just one of these a day, like, where exactly, Mint Julep. Yeah, yeah. By the way, if you want me to talk about photogrammetry in a little bit, I certainly can. But for right now, let's talk about mantis shrimp. There are practice games that you can do, but there is one official daily Metazoa answer. Let's talk about mantis shrimp. Interesting that they're the last surviving member of a once grand clade. And again, when I say clade, a clade is a group of living things that all come from one ancestor. So it's essentially like a family, but without necessarily like the particular rank. Check on the 3D printer real quick. Excellent. Okay, I'll tell you in a little bit what we're printing. But, let's see if Animal Fact Files got a video here. There we go. Mantis shrimp. Not really a mantis nor a shrimp. There we go. They are really cool. Their eyes are
named because of their mantis-like appendages, but they're not mantises. They're not shrimp either, just in case you were wondering. Mantis shrimp are classified in their own order. There are more than 400 mantis shrimp species, though that number is on the rise. And there are two mantis shrimp groups, the spearers and the smashers. Spearers spear their prey with pointed spines which are designed to hold prey in place. Smashers quickly punch with a club-shaped appendage that stuns a potential meal.
And they punch so quickly and with such incredible force that they actually cavitate the water, and they basically create... It's almost like an underwater sonic boom. They've been known to actually break the glass on aquaria before. It's nuts, you know?
Either way, mantis shrimp are quite deadly to their prey, which can include cephalopods, fish, crustaceans, and mollusks. It's even believed that mantis shrimp have better memories than any other crustacean, because they travel further in order to find these types of food. In this way, the mantis shrimp need to remember where they can find food, so their memories may be better. Of course, a mantis...
And Mary Space says they're speciating that fast? We're just discovering new species. It's probably that we're just finding new species. Yeah.
Shrimp's eyes also help to score a meal. In fact, mantis shrimp eyes are considered to be some of the most complex on Earth. They have up to 16 photoreceptors, and each individual eye has depth perception. Our eyes almost completely depend on each other for perceiving depth. But
that's crazy. Wow. So, you know, like if you... Wasn't there a Seinfeld episode about this? Kramer decides to wear an eye patch. Yeah. He loses his depth perception because he has one of his eyes covered up. I think that was... They're always, like, looking for clever ways to let Michael Richards do physical comedy on Seinfeld. That's where he really shines. So it's, like, interesting that the writers had to come up with all kinds of different ways for him to do that. But yeah, Wombat Hole, that's the thing, is that we need both of our eyes to work in concert for us to have depth perception. Mantis shrimp don't need that. Each of their individual eyes has its own mechanisms for depth perception. So they can look independently with those eyes, kind of like a chameleon. But, unlike a chameleon, which have to focus their eyes both in the same place to have that really strong depth perception, these guys don't have to do that, apparently. Which is kind of nuts.
On Earth. They have up to 16 photoreceptors, and each individual eye has depth perception. Our eyes almost completely depend on each other for perceiving depth, but a mantis shrimp doesn't have this concern. The thought is that their eyes have become so specialized because of where they live. Mantis shrimp inhabit tropical and temperate coastal waters around the globe that are usually teeming with life and brilliant colors. The thought is that the more colors a mantis shrimp can see, the better it will be able to navigate its surroundings. Not all mantis shrimp live near sea level, though, with some living almost 5,000 feet below the waves. Most mantis shrimp, however, do enjoy a nice burrow in which to live. These crustaceans will fight each other over places of residence, though.
And do they see infrared or ultraviolet? Might be both, actually, Emo Perlento, because I know that they're supposed to have some of the most incredible color vision. Like birds, who can see into the ultraviolet spectrum. Actually, a lot of critters can, not just birds. These guys can do that, but they can also maybe see into the infrared as well? I'm not totally sure.
Though in a polite, non-fatal way. Instead of goring each other with lethal punches, they'll just tap each other's backs until they decide who would probably win if they actually fought. This kind of behavior is common during mating rituals as well. Female mantis shrimp have to determine whether the fellow on her doorstep intends to spend the night, or evict her. It's because of this that many female mantis shrimp will only mate with smaller males, just in case. Reproduction and egg rearing differs between the species, but in some cases the males help with protecting the brood, which is pretty rare in crustaceans. On average, mantis shrimp can live for about 5 years, but some sources claim a lifespan of up to 20. The smallest mantis shrimp doesn't even reach an inch in length, but larger mantis shrimp can be nearly a foot long. No matter the size, however, they still pack a punch that is equivalent in speed to a bullet. Their punch is so strong they're nicknamed thumb splitters because, well, you get the idea. For more facts on mantis shrimp, check out the links in the description. Give it a thumbs up if you learned something new today, and thank you for watching Animal Fact Files.
Pretty neat. Here's a link to that video. Right there. That was a spear right there, and that's so much cool, Alexander. Neat. And Dr. Terminator, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Yeah, I was hoping we could take a look at that paper, but it's paywalled, and I don't think I have access. That was on my... Yeah, I don't have access to the Journal of Systematic Paleontology. Or we would look at that today. But we're going to look at Pinacosaurus, and we're going to look at this new sauropod dinosaur from Thailand. Anyway, it's good to see you, Dr. Tara. I hope things are good. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And yeah. While Mitjulip is here, I know Mitjulip wanted to talk about photogrammetry. I don't know if you're involved with photogrammetry or if you're looking to get started or what, but this is one of those things that's becoming increasingly widely used among paleontologists, and I use it a good deal myself, too. Several of the 3D prints that we've had in our backdrop come from photogrammetric models that I've made. Let's see here. 3D printing. Oh, by the way, before I forget, here. Don't tell him. Don't tell Shark Geek, but I'm printing something for him right now. Because I'm hoping that when I'm in Florida next week, I can do a collab stream with him. So I wanted to make him a little, thank you present in advance. So I'm printing a Megalodon shark tooth for him. And I have it scaled so it's pretty much as big as the largest Megalodon teeth ever found. That's going to be pretty neat. So we can continue to watch that develop as the stream goes on. But here, take a look at this. This is how I first got started with photogrammetry, was through these resources from Prusa. And this is before I even had like a smartphone app for this. Nowadays, you can get apps that can do this sort of thing quickly and easily and for free. Things like Scaniverse or Polycam. Check this out.
Creating a 3D model just by taking lots of pictures of a real object? Yes. photogrammetry is back, and it's easier to use, gives better results, and is still completely free. You've seen our first video about photogrammetry, right? A quick recap. You take pictures of an object from all possible directions, throw them at the photogrammetry software, which tries to estimate the camera positions, and creates a point cloud. Bunch of 3D points that resemble the object. To get a printable mesh, you have to triangulate the 3D points. In the end, we clean the model a bit, patch all the holes, slice it, and we are ready to print. Well, all this sounds really good and simple, but in reality, our original tutorial was quite complex. Luckily for us, things have changed, and a new player has entered the photogrammetry ring. Meet Meshroom. Meshroom is free, open source photogrammetry software with a beautiful UI. It handles the underlying...
I don't know how beautiful the UI really is. I actually had a lot of trouble with this. But to be fair, this is back when I had an older PC, before iOS helped me build this current rig. And so I had difficulty. But that's how I made the baby Triceratops skull model that I have. I photogrammetrized the one at Berkeley. But, and it's gotten better since Mint-Julep. Nice, yeah. Okay, so you already know about this, Mint-Julep. Yeah.
Framework, Alice Vision, which is a result of a cooperation between multiple universities,
I should try this again
labs,
sometime.
and a French
I should see how
post-production
it works
company.
nowadays. Because this was back in 2019 that I was doing this. Things have changed, you know? Things have gotten a bit better, I presume. Anyway, here's a link to this video from 7 years ago. Shoot. Yeah, 2019. Checks out. But, here. Let's see if we can find anything on... Here we go. Introduction to Photogrammetry for Paleontologists. Oh, and this is neat. Here. From BYU in Utah.
My name is Lily Jewell, and I am originally from Kirksville, Missouri. I use a 3D scanner and photogrammetry to create 3D images of bones or other specimens. We take the bone and we place it on a rotating plate, and our...
Ooh, so we got a theropod maxilla right there. I don't know if that's Allosaurus. This might be Torvosaurus. It's pretty long for a maxilla. And I think the holotype of Torvosaurus might even be at BYU. Ethan would know right off the bat because he works on these animals. Ethan's honestly one of the world authorities on megalosaurs.
Our scanner essentially shoots small lasers at the bone or the specimen, and then those lasers are rebounded. All of that data is sent to a 3D software program on the computer, and it builds this 3D model. And I just really enjoy the challenge of figuring out how to get the best scan that provides the most detail. So I am planning on going into a field called geophysics.
I've been in this room before. That's the main, like, oversized collection space that they have at BYU, where they keep all of the giant sauropod bits. We have, like, I think one of the holotype of Ultrasaurus might be in there.
You're using technology to look at things subsurface. So as a digital imaging specialist here, it gives me just more experience working with software that I might use in the field. My favorite dinosaur is called Styracosaurus, and it is like a Triceratops with more horns, and I just think it looks really fun.
Yeah, it's a good one. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. So photogrammetry can be really important. Here's a video about scanning an ancient tapir skull. Oh, this is neat. This is very neat.
Hi, I'm Keela. I'm a museum specialist here at the Great Fossil Site. And what we're going to do today is a little bit of 3D scanning. So what I've got here is one of our tapir skulls. And actually, it's one of our very best tapir skulls. And I have our 3D scanner. This is
looks like a clothes iron.
Artec 3D scanner. It's a projected light scanner. It works by having multiple cameras positioned differently on the face of it that helps it triangulate 3D space. Just
so this is a lot like with a lot of smartphones from the last few generations, they've got multiple cameras on the back. And it's kind of the same deal here. Where, look, we were talking about depth perception earlier. Having multiple cameras like that allows better depth perception, essentially. So it can sense the amount of depth, get a better sense for the 3D shape of the object.
Plastic housing, but it's actually very sophisticated. And so what that looks like as it's working is it strobes a light.
That is cool.
And takes multiple pictures that
look what's happening on
the
her monitor.
computer uses to triangulate 3D space. And so you can see that model getting picked up on the screen.
Very cool.
And just a little tidbit about our tapers. We're very famous for our tapers. We've got more of them than any other fossil site in the world. And this is one of our skulls that we have on display here. Now, one of the reasons why we do 3D scans like this
welcome.
is that fossils are very fragile. And the information that they contain often is in the form of shape information. So the measurements,
the exterior,
how big certain areas are relative to others, that sort of thing.
Yep.
So if you get a...
So that's like a running joke that we had in the field, especially in Wyoming, you know? We'd like be talking about a particular fossil. Sometimes we like put on a voice for this. Well, look at this. Well, it's got a bump. It's got a bump. It's a new species. It's a new genus. It's a new suborder, new order of creatures. It's got a bump. Our science isn't really that simple, but, you know, the surface anatomy, the morphology on the exterior of a fossil is often what we're looking at, you know? You can cut things open, you can look for growth rings, you can do histology, all of that, but by and large, a lot of paleontological work, especially like descriptive work, where you're trying to describe a new species and tell how it's different from species that have already been described, you're looking at the superficial anatomy, you know?
A really good 3D file like this will be. This is a very, very accurate, very detail-oriented scanner.
Exactly, Alexander, yeah.
What that allows you to do is be able to send that information worldwide without having to send your delicate fossils.
Yep. So back in the day, if another researcher wanted to study a specimen and they didn't have the budget or the time or the resources to travel to your facility and examine it in person, you would send out what we call a specimen loan. And we still do this a lot for small specimens. But you basically send them the fossil in the mail. And when you talk with collections managers, these are the people who are in charge of the fossil collections at museums, they're often really reticent to send things in the mail. I know some of my friends at Berkeley, they've learned over the years that never send anything through the U.S. Postal Service or through UPS, because it'll either be lost or destroyed. For both of those, horror stories for USPS and UPS. FedEx apparently is the way to go. That's what I've been told. But now with photogrammetry, if you have the wherewithal, you could just scan something and then email the researcher the files, and you don't have to put this specimen at risk by shipping it to a destination, you know? It is a lot like taking a picture, but fancy. Exactly, Mary Space, yeah. Yeah.
So when you have a finished 3D scan, you can use it for things like scientific analysis. You could send it to other museum professionals.
Yep.
If they had a 3D printer, they could print out their own replica.
Mm-hmm.
So, give you guys just a little idea here of what. This is just one scan here.
That is amazing. We just watched this happen. That was so quick.
Shape information.
That's fantastic.
And so
get me a scanner like
what
that.
I'll do is multiple scans to get the skull scanned all the way around, stitch them together in the computer, and then you end up with a nice 3D model.
Yep.
And that's it. We're the Gray Fossil site. Thanks for watching.
Very cool stuff. I'll give you a link to this. Oh, and look at that. Look at that finished model. Just... Ho, 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 ho. And it's eminently printable, too. You could just slice it and throw it on the printer. Make one at home, you know? Very, very cool. Very cool. This sort of thing is becoming increasingly common in paleontology, and at least until the last couple years, you used to be able to apply for grants to have like a student or an intern sit down and just digitize a bunch of specimens. At least here in the US, it's become a little bit more rare, thanks to the current right-wing regime running the US federal government, but don't get me started on that. Anyway, there are some clearinghouses for 3D models like this. Sketchfab is a pretty good one. Filter for downloadable ones here. But a lot of these are going to be produced by museums. So here, this is from the NHM in London, I believe. There's a Toxodon skull, and this is new. Within like the last couple weeks, maybe, that this is available. But they've scanned this, and they've also annotated it. So you could print this at home, or you could just examine it like that. You could take digital measurements. And one of the really cool things about digitizing files like this is that if they are messed up, like this one is, you know, missing a big part of the snout here, you can undo that in the computer. You can mirror the other side. You can do things to, like, kind of unsquash or undeform these fossils. And there was a really cool paper a few years back. I don't know if I'll be able to find it right now. But it was dealing with these really awesome sauropod dinosaur fossils from Australia. And this paper was kind of a results paper, but it was also kind of a methods paper saying, here's how you can use these digital tools to undeform these fossils in the computer so that you can more easily compare one specimen to another. So you're comparing apples to apples, you know? Like this one's squashed, and that might throw you off in your analysis. Here's how to unsquish it. This might be it here, actually. Is this Australotitan? Oh, and very cool, Alexander. Nice. Yeah, and Morphosaurus.
A long-necked plant-eating dinosaur at around 30 meters long and up to 6 meters high at the hip. It roamed this earth more than 90 million years ago. Was only discovered by chance in 2004 when a teenager stumbled across what he thought was a rock in the Australian outback in the state of Queensland. His discovery was the start of a journey to finding Australia's largest dinosaur and one of the biggest to roam this earth, officially named Australotitan cooperensis. It's one of the 5 largest in the world and the only one to have not been found in South America. Australia is one of the most difficult places to find dinosaurs. Unlike South America, it's mostly flat and lacks the mountain ranges and canyons where fossils are exposed when rock is eroded.
Yep.
Paleontologists had to dig deep to remove the fossil skeleton from a thick layer
dig
of
straight
sediment.
down, which is weird. We don't normally do that.
Bone has to be removed from the entombing matrix, the rock that actually surrounds the bones, and that takes a long time. And then each bone needs to be prepared and compared to other dinosaurs from around the world and in Queensland in particular. And so we use digital 3D technology to scan the bones so that I can go and compare them in different museums and different collections. It's very difficult when you have a 200-kilo dinosaur bone like the ones behind me that you can't simply just put in a car and take them to another museum.
So what you could do is scan them, and that way you can manipulate them in the computer. You can take measurements, you can undeform them, and you can send those data to other researchers, so they don't have to come to you, and you don't have to ship these multi-100-pound bones to them. He might talk about that here. Let's see.
Digitally capturing gigantic
Yes!
sauropod bones and fossil sites has led to unexpected discoveries, such as several of Cooper's bones having been crushed by other massive dinosaurs stepping on them, and other skeletons being found in the same area.
There was another site, Zach, only a kilometre away. So we moved on to that for another 3 years, and it's the most complete dinosaur in Australia. It's still to be prepped, a lot of it, but the preservation of that and the amount of bone in that one is quite extraordinary.
It's taken 17 years to find and unearth Cooper and other species of dinosaurs. Australia is one of the last frontiers for finding them, but it's fast proving to be a land of the giants.
Very cool.
Sara Khairat,
Yeah.
Al Jazeera.
Excellent reporting there. Kudos. There's a link to that piece. Good stuff. Anyway, I should go back to the Gray Fossil Site one and thumbs up that. Ulsar. Where was that? Nice. That's certainly worthy of a thumbs up. Excellent. Hey, Case Kuchin and Scoobs, how you doing? Yeah. But somebody also mentioned, apart from Sketchfab, and here's a link if you want to take a look at some of the fossils. A lot of these will be scanned by museums. So like the Idaho Museum of Natural History has done a really excellent job of digitizing a lot of their specimens. Oh! And here, I think this might be the same megalodon tooth that I'm printing right now, actually, for Shark Geek. There it is, from the Lapworth Museum. Or no, from the Natural History Museum, rather. This isn't the same one, I'm not sure. I might print this one and see which one I like better, and then give that one to Shark Geek. Yeah. But the level of detail is pretty excellent. Yeah. But Morphosource is a website that I don't like the user interface nearly as much. And a lot of these are not freely available for printing. In fact, I've even contacted some of these institutions and been like, "Hey, can I print this for research purposes?" And they're like, "No." And it's like, it would be so much less work for you if you just made them freely available. You wouldn't have to reply to emails or anything. It's like, oh, we have it, but no one can use it. Great. But let's just search Dirmicheles, leatherback turtle. And we'll see what we've got here, if it loads. Top Trike says if you press the buzzer noise, it didn't. I didn't press the buzzer. You mean this one? I didn't press it before. Yeah, here we go. So a lot of these are restricted download, which is frustrating because, like, why even put it up there? Here we go. Yeah, Morphosource is really cool because it's almost entirely researchers and museum staff and academics who are putting these things up here. So this is very specimen science focused, this website, Morphosource. But anyway. There we go, leatherback turtle skull. I think I have downloaded this one and it was way too detailed.
The ponderous Trachodon. 32 feet long and 14 feet high. 1,500 teeth, and not a single cavity.
A lot more teeth than good old Dirmicheles here, who's got precisely 0. Turtles don't have teeth anymore. They haven't had teeth for about 200 million years or so. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Sebecid Skullcast says Alexander Morrison. Is that one freely available on Morphosource? Sometimes if you seeing it on Sketchfab. Maybe it was on Morphosaurus. Apologies if you posted a link. I haven't. Oh, there it is. Yeah, restricted download. Maybe? Yeah, that would be really cool. What I've found is that, like, when I've emailed people about stuff like this before, they're, you know, you almost always, well, you frequently get a response where they just say no. But if I'm talking to somebody in person at a conference, even if it's the same exact person who's responded to my emails before and said no, sometimes you meet them in person and they're like, yeah, of course, I'll send it to you right now. And it's almost like the policy is to always say no when the request is over the internet. It's funny how these things work, you know? But yeah. Mayor Space's turtles might look weird with a mouthful of teeth. I assure you they do.
When a horrible creature emerged from the woods. For the love of God, help me! I've been here for 4 days and a turtle's got a hold of my teeth! There he is! Come back here, you! Go down! I'll get ye!
This is the worst assignment we've ever had.
Worse than the time we were attacked by the flesh-eating virus?
Oh, he bit me with my own teeth!
Yeah. Common problem. Not really. And hang on. Did we have another question here too? Oh, Steely Dan. What was the average temperature of the Earth like in the Cretaceous compared to today? Warmer on average, but that's the thing. This is a point I'm always trying to make here. The Cretaceous is not just one time, we're talking about like 80 million years or something like that. So like the whole Cenozoic era, the age of the mammals from 66 million years ago until today, that's an entire era, the Cenozoic, with 3 periods in it. Paleogene, Neogene, Quaternary. The Cretaceous period is part of the Mesozoic era, but just this period is longer than the entire Cenozoic era. The Cretaceous goes from 145 million years ago until 66. That's 79 million years. And so, forgive me for balking just a little bit when someone asks, like, oh, what was the temperature like in the Cretaceous? Like, you're asking me what global temperatures were like for 79 million years, you know? It's a long time. But I can still answer the question. Just keep in mind what I just said. But on average, global temperatures during the Cretaceous period were warmer than today, and sea levels were higher. Famously, if we go to, say, 90 million years ago, we had very high global temperatures. Almost no ice, probably, on planet Earth. It was warmer than it is today. And with all of that water that today is locked up in ice caps and stuff like that, with that just in the ocean, that and a number of other factors contributed to a rise in sea levels to the point where the Dakotas and Nebraska and Kansas, Oklahoma, and most of Texas were underwater, as was most of California, Oregon, Washington, all of Florida right here. Florida might be like this again in about 100 or 200 years. We'll see. With the rate things are going, with global temperatures rising again. But global temperatures were on average higher during the Cretaceous. They fluctuated over 79 million years. But on average, if we're trying to oversimplify the story, yeah, it was hotter back then, and it was wetter, and wetter in terms of humidity and wetter in terms of land masses being covered by inland oceans. So yeah. So yeah. I hope that answers your question there. Thanks for asking it. And question from Daily Dasp. Have you ever seen with your own eyes a Majungasaurus skeleton? I have. I might have a picture of one. Not a skeleton, but a skull and some of the other elements. I was just in Denver, Colorado, back in February, and I got to see some of the original Majungasaurus material there in the collections. I don't know if I took a picture of it. I've got Simasuchus, the pug-nosed croc, from Madagascar, but I don't think I actually photographed the Majungasaurus. Yeah, those are Pat O'Connor's hands there. This is Fisher's other dad. Pat O'Connor was Fisher's supervisor in Ohio, and then I think in Colorado as well. But yeah, this is the little pug-nosed croc. Here we go, Majungasaurus and Simasuchus here. From Prehistoric Planet. Oh, no audio from... Shoot. Hang on a sec. This is, Windows updated today, and it borked all of my settings. Yeah, that should do it. Let's start it over. Sorry about that. Blame Steve Gates and Tim Apple and John Wozniak and all them. Yeah, Pugga Wugga, yes. Pugga Wugga knows. What is this? What fearsome beast? What deadly killer? Nope. I can relate. Go Petra, yeah. Simasuchus is so fun. Uh-oh. Here comes Majungasaurus. Oh, back to depth perception. Call back. Uh-oh. 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 No, it's not the death knell for him. Check this out. Right here. You're not really getting the full effect here, so hang on. I'll play this part like this.
Reverse charges.
Hmm. Pretty cool. Simasuchus. Oh, pobrecita. Anyway, here's a link to that from Prehistoric Planet. Good stuff. Thanks, Tim Apple. This is on Apple Plus TV, or whatever they call it. Prehistoric Planet is phenomenal, and you should check it out if you haven't had a chance to look at it yet. Anyway, I got to see, I think this might even be the holotype skull of Simasuchus right here. That's the real thing. Held in the hands of curator Pat O'Connor at the Denver Museum of Nature and Science in Colorado here in the US of A. All these fossils will be sent back to the museum in... It's not Año Nuevo. What's the capital of... It's not Tenerife. What's the capital of Madagascar? Antananarivo. There we go. Yeah. I've also seen... I've never worked with it or touched it, but I've seen fossil skulls of Majungasaurus before. And we've even shown them here on stream before, I think. It was either at the Field Museum or at the museum in Denver. Might have been both, actually. But I've shown that live on stream before when we encountered them during a museum tour. It's good stuff. Those are cool critters, you know. Yeah. Anywho, let's see. We did Metazua, did a Blue Sky post. Before I forget, let's see if he's still on right now. Yes, excellent. Shark Geek is currently doing a subathon. You should go show him some support if you'd like to. He'd really appreciate it. But any gift subs or anything like that go toward adding more time to this timer. He's playing Subnautica 2. This time it's personal. I think this game may have just come out. So, go show Shark Geek some support, if you'd like to. And don't tell him that I'm printing him a Megalodon tooth right now. I'll hopefully be doing an in-person collab with him next week when I'm in Florida. So I'm gonna do my utmost to hopefully get that thing ready to gift, like painting it and all of that. I've got so many things to do before I leave on Monday night, but we'll see. Yeah. Cool stuff. Yeah. And let me, speaking of Florida trip, let me check my email real quickly here. See if I've heard back from some of our marine turtle people. Excellent. Yeah. Oh. No turtles in the lab yet. Okay, cool. Cool. No turtles in the lab, though. Shoot. Okay. Well, we'll see. Oh, totally next year. Yeah. Anyhow. Should we get into some fossil news right now? We should. You know, we've got, what? A solid 2 hours to go over some fossil news before Thursday Birds Day. We're actually right on track. This is very good. Let's go ahead and do that. Without further ado, let's jump into some fossil news here. We've got at least 2 new dinosaur genera to talk about today. Let's get into it. All right. Fossil news. We've got some exciting stuff to cover. This is something we didn't get to yesterday. And, oh, hang on.
Access denied. Access denied.
Well, never mind. I thought we had access to this paper and we don't. And I don't yet have university access to stuff like this, so maybe we won't talk about Pinacosaurus today. Unless anybody happens to have access in the chat to the Journal of Historical Biology. That's disappointing. And Mint Julep says academia needs to learn to share. It's not academia's problem, it's the publishing industry, you know? Most academics that I know would love to only publish open access, but usually you have to pay up front to be able to make your publications freely available. In an ideal world, you know, these things would be paid for by the universities or by the federal government, or by state governments or whatever. But often it's the researchers paying out of pocket, like their own hard-earned money, to be able to, like, they pay this money to the journals to make the papers open access, and oftentimes we can't afford to do that. So yeah. Anyway. So we'll move on to our next piece, I guess. Next story. This is open access. Nature's Scientific Reports is an open access journal. We've got the first sauropod dinosaur. Is it the first sauropod dinosaur from Thailand or the first one from this formation? Let's see. And I'm also going to see if there's any press releases about it. Excellent. Oh, it's good to see that we've got some press here. Beautiful. can take our pick. Do we want to go with NPR? Do we want to go with Eureka Alert? Do we want to go with Reuters? Yeah, let's go with Reuters. No, let's go with NPR. Researchers unearthed Southeast Asia's largest dinosaur. Researchers have identified a new species of dinosaur in Thailand, the largest found in Southeast Asia. It would have been about 90 feet long and weighed some 30 tons, according to research published on Thursday in the journal Nature Scientific Reports. That's the weight of more than 4 large African savanna elephants, or more than 3 times the weight of T-Rex. Sauropods in general have a reputation for being big. Titanosaurs in particular were perhaps the largest of the sauropods. At least the largest titanosaurs may have been the largest of the sauropods. We're talking about gargantuan animals here. Critters like Patagotitan and Argentinosaurus were, we think, maybe the largest animals to have ever walked the earth. We're talking about critters the size of, like, a jetliner, you know? Just truly astonishing. Like, how do you even get that big? Just bonkers, you know? Nuts. Crazy. Just what? What? They were very, very big. Very, very good at being very, very big. Yeah. Yeah, by sheer size, not nuclear. Exactly, Alexander, yeah. Yeah. Now, our new one from Thailand is not this big, but it is a member of this group, the Titanosauria. One of the many features that we're kind of excited about is the size of this dinosaur. It says Thiriwut Sitha Panichsakul, PhD student at the University College London, was the lead author on the research paper. The sauropod, an herbivore with a long neck and tail, comes from the early Cretaceous, about 100 to 120 million years ago. Oh, so we've got like an error bar of like 20 million years here. Shoot. It's probably kind of difficult to do proper strat in Thailand. Not really a desert country. Not a whole lot of exposed rock, I would imagine. Doesn't mean maybe there you go. Yeah. Thiriwut is an awesome name. It is, Clockwork Ninja, yeah. So Thiriwut says it falls somewhere in the upper middle range of the largest dinosaurs ever discovered. As big as this dinosaur was, sauropods were about to get a lot bigger. Gives us an understanding of the potential kind of evolutionary trends that are beginning to occur around this time, he says. Larger sauropods have been found from later on in the Cretaceous. One as heavy as 70 tons. I think that's probably Patagotitan, right? Let's click. Yeah, Patagotitan. In the Middle Cretaceous, we find dinosaurs in China, South America, and probably Africa that are supergiants. They're the biggest of the biggest. Sitha Panichsakul says. The new discovery, he says, essentially represents that kind of on-ramp towards this kind of supersizing. So here's this critter, Naga Titan, brand new sauropod dinosaur just published today. Here it is compared to a human adult man person. As you can see, it is bigger than he is by a significant margin. This is not a small critter. It is by no means the largest dinosaur. They get way bigger than this, but it's still pretty impressive, and it's still way bigger than any animals we have walking around today, you know? If you're an elephant walking around this critter, you got to be careful not to get trampled by this animal. Like, oh, sorry, elephant, I didn't see you there. Setha Panichsakul and his colleagues named it Naga Titan Chiafumensis. So this, anytime you see ensis in the name of an organism, in the species name, that means from that place. So Velociraptor mongoliensis is from Mongolia. I'm trying to think of a dinosaur who ends with Utah-ensis. Cosmoceratops, maybe? No, definitely not. Torosaurus Utah-ensis, maybe. Anyway, there's a bunch of different organisms here. The one dinosaur here might not be valid, but Rhinorex. Oh no, that's Rumex. Never mind. Anyway, all these critters are from Utah. Utah-ensis means from Utah. Naga Titan. Shia Fumensis means from Shia Fum. Naga comes from the mythological Naga, serpent creature, that is worshipped in Southeast Asia. Very cool. What an awesome namesake. That is really neat. Oh man, I love that. And you can almost see this, being a sauropod dinosaur if you squint. Just add some legs to it, That's awesome. Very cool. Titan refers to size, he says. Chiafumensis comes from Chiafum, the province where the dinosaur was found. What did I tell you? Valerian Hunter says, last time I tuned in, there was talk of you naming your own dinosaur. Did that ever happen? We're working on that. There's like half a dozen different dinosaurs that I'm involved with that are new species. It's going to be a few years, probably. So stay tuned. But yeah, these things take time. The fossils were discovered by a local resident in 2016. An initial excavation happened between then and 2019. But then, funding dried up. This happens a lot. When Sethe Panichsakul's team got new funding, the excavation restarted in 2024. That's actually impressive that they only finished the excavation in 2024 and it's already being published in 2026 now. That's kind of shockingly fast. F. Edgar has brought a sauropod dinosaur here for us. He's having a little snack.
Found you from votes on YouTube.
F. Edgar, thank you for the 12 months of support at Tier 2. And you're saying you found Paleontologizing, this channel, through YouTube? If so, very cool. That's pretty awesome. Thank you, F. Edgar, for sustaining our mission of science outreach and education here with that Tier 2 sub. That's good stuff. Thank you. That means F. Edgar should be able to use... Is it these? Or is it these that are Tier 2? It might be the Sinosauropteryx. Anywho. And Matt Wadle mentioned... Yeah, Pogo, are you familiar with Matt Wadle and his work? We need to bring him on for an interview at some point. Yeah. Researchers don't have the full skeleton of Naga Titan. We very rarely do, especially for large sauropods. They're estimating its size from the spine, rib, pelvis, and leg bones that were discovered. The front leg bone was nearly 6 feet long. So with enough of this material, though, everything in yellow is what we have, I guess. This is enough to be able to estimate the animal's size, more or less. Especially when you have limb bones. You can actually look at the circumference of those limb bones, and you can use those to estimate how much the animal would weigh. like, you look at those limbs and you say, hey, based on the structure of modern bone, which is this strong, you know, by mass or volume or whatever, you could estimate how much weight those bones could support, and then you can estimate the weight of the overall creature based on that. They've got some decent material here, and they've got some good verts. Verts can be very diagnostic, especially for sauropods. This is a big critter. Pretty nice material, says Matt Wadle, paleontologist and professor of anatomy at Western University of Health Sciences in Pomona, California, who has studied sauropods. He studied sauropods. Yeah, you know. Matt Wadle has studied sauropods, you know? Yeah, you know, I guess Beethoven, he did some music stuff, I guess, you know? Albert Einstein, you know, he dabbled in physics, I suppose. Yeah, Matt Wadle is one of the leading sauropod scientists in the world, you know? Very few people know more about sauropods. Maybe hardly anybody knows more about sauropods than Matt Wadle. Yeah. He was not involved in the project, but I like that he uses the word critter like I do. Matt Wadle has an excellent blog along with Mike Taylor called SV POW, Sauropod Vertebra Picture of the Week. It's really good stuff, and we frequently reference this blog here on this channel. Just Floof says, how do they know it had such a long neck without finding any neck bones? Because every member of this group found so far has got a long neck. So if this one had a short neck, that would be a huge surprise. Titanosaurs in general are pretty well known. We've got probably close to 50 species by now, something like that. And they universally have long necks. I don't think we have any short-necked Titanosaurs. In fact, there's only really like one or two short-necked sauropods in general that I can think of. Brachytrachelopen might be the only one. Yeah, and it's pretty ridiculous. What are you even doing? It's like a sauropod that really wants to be a stegosaur. This is a weirdo. Everybody else within Sauropoda generally has got a long neck. What are the exact proportions of the neck? We won't know for Naga Titan until hopefully somebody finds a more complete skeleton. They might even go back to the same site, and given that these animals are so big, it can take literally years to dig them up. And so if you get unlucky in this sense, and you know, you've got the torso here, but then the neck is there, but it's going into the hill, that neck might extend like 100 feet or more, especially if it's disarticulated. And so even if there are more bones of this animal in that same site, in that quarry, it could take years of work to excavate them. There's stories of people digging up sauropods and like it's a multi-decade project, you know? So yeah. Isn't that a Dicraeus? Yeah, so Brachytrachelopen is not a Titanosaur. It is a Dicraeosaurid. You're right there, Puggo. Exactly. Yeah, and they do tend to have shorter necks. So if this animal were a Dicraeosaur, then we might expect some funny business going on with the neck, but it's not. It's a Titanosaur. These guys tend to have very long necks. I can show you a video. That'll work. From the AM&H in New York.
A new dinosaur is coming to the halls of the American Museum of Natural History. This Titanosaur is a...
And And so this is Mark Norell right here, who just passed away a couple years ago. But he, yeah, one of the more famous paleontologists in the world. Yeah, that was a big loss when Mark passed away.
A really huge animal. It's over 120 feet long. It lived in what's now present-day Argentina about 100 million years ago.
So that animal is like 40 feet longer than a blue whale. People talk about whales being really big, and yeah, sure, you know, they're in the water. They're essentially weightless. They don't even have to support their body weight on land like, say, sea turtles do when they come up to lay their eggs. They live their entire lives in the ocean. If they're on land, they're dead, you know? Not to badmouth whales or anything, but this is an animal significantly larger than even the largest whales. If you, I think if you count things in a fair way. And Mini Pie, my goodness. She's like not letting, he won't even let me get to my keyboard. You're feisty. Mini Pie here is gonna demand payment, huh? Huh? Is that what you're doing? Is that what you're doing? Yeah? Having a good day? What's on the agenda for this Thursday Mini Pie? Normally this is my last stream of the week, but not this week. I'm doing a special stream tomorrow too. Don't interrupt this stream as well. More opportunities to collect rent, huh? Yeah. Okay. Well, what's that? I see those eyes get big. What could this be? Things to eat. What's that? Rico case? It's not going so well, Claire Burr. They met Rico and they, delicately, they tore his body asunder and consumed his flesh. They ate Rico. So I don't think that case is going to proceed. Rico, not Reiko, thankfully. All these goodies for you. My goodness. Look, there's Crow. Crow, you can eat. Here. No? Okay. No? No? Okay. Well, I gotta wash the desk off real quick. Let's start this over.
A new dinosaur is coming to the halls of the American Museum of Natural History. This Titanosaur is a really huge animal. It's over 120 feet long. It lived in what's now present-day Argentina about 100 million years ago. The last 20 years have really been the new golden age of dinosaur discovery. New kinds of animals have been found all over the world, in Africa and Asia and Patagonia, and this is just one of the latest ones.
Thailand, too.
A couple of years ago, one of my ex-graduate students, Diego Pol, sent me an email saying that a farmer near Galeo in Patagonia had found an amazing dinosaur, one of the largest land animals ever to live. Over the next couple of years, they extracted the specimen from the rocks at the ranch.
We went down to Argentina and we 3D scanned all the bones in the field and in the lab. We had the whole skeleton completely digitized in 4 weeks. We took the data and then we carved the bones out of slabs of foam with our 5-axis milling machine. We molded all the elements once they're carved up, and then we have a complete copy of the skeleton. And from there, we can cast all the elements out of fiberglass. And then the cast gets mounted.
When you're trying to determine the mass, the weight of an animal this big, it's pretty tough. A good example of that is if you pick up a puppy, it's pretty heavy compared to picking up a bird, a chicken that's about the same size.
Yep.
That's because their bones are constructed very differently. The bones of this titanosaur were, while not hollow, they were what we call cancellous. So they had lots of little tiny air pockets all through them, like a piece of styrofoam. So the bones themselves would be very, very, very light. That's the only way an animal like this could get so big.
Yep. And so as a result of that, I suspect that a lot of the weight estimates for some of these dinosaurs they're estimated to be heavier than they would be actually in life. I really want to talk to some sauropod people about this. Bring on Matt Wadle or Kerry Woodruff to talk sauropods one of these days.
We chose to display this animal now because it represents one of the newest big dinosaurs that's been found anywhere in the world. We have some tremendous things here. We have the blue whale, we have the Tyrannosaurus rex, we have the Barosaurus, and now we're going to have the Titanosaur.
It does seem like that clear. And Dr. Terminator, I think it is from the same formation as Ichthyovenator. Let's take a look at that. Here, back to our press release here, and then we'll look at the actual paper itself. Yeah, Matt Wadle considers the quantity and quality of the bones discovered to be not bad as far as big dinosaurs go. We've got several regions of skeleton represented. We've got several complete bones that aren't distorted very much, enough to give us a lot of information. It's the 14th named dinosaur discovered in Thailand, according to Setha Panichaku. The researchers are calling the discovery the last titan of the country. Based on the age of rock formations and what they know about the landscape, how it changed over time, they don't expect to find any more large dinosaurs in Southeast Asia. This rock formation that we found this dinosaur in is the last formation where you're going to find dinosaurs in Thailand. Setha Panichaku says. Matt Wadle is excited to see more fossil discoveries from Thailand. Every country gives us a new window into a little bit different part of the past and helps us refine our ideas of what we think was going on, he said. Nice. Very cool. Let's check real quick just to make sure we don't have like a news story. I always love to show a video if we can. Well, okay. There's always a Wikipedia page about these things. Dinosaur Wikipedia gets updated so quickly. It's pretty remarkable, really. Yeah. It's often before the paper even comes out. This giant dinosaur once towered over prehistoric Thailand. And what footage is this? Sauropod, and as of now, it's the largest dinosaur we've found in Southeast Asia, not just in Thailand. So, different researcher here. I love the sauropod he's got in the background here. That's lovely. Its size is what makes it exciting. Even though we didn't find a lot of bones, we discovered the important parts, such as the front and hind legs. Which could be used for calculating its size, just like I was saying. Yeah. dinosaurs longer than 2 London buses parked end to end. At that size, scientists say very few predators would have dared attack it. A reconstruction of it is now on display at Bangkok's Dinosaur Museum. Oh, Dinosaur. Thai like Thailand. That's funny. I like that. And so this is largely going to be a reconstruction. So they're going to be using other dinosaurs. They may even be using like scaled down files from the Patago Titan, the video we just watched. They might be using those same files and just printing it a little bit smaller so it matches with the bones that they have. I hope it brings many new visitors to their museum. That's exciting stuff, you know? I hope the people of Thailand are proud. They should be. Here's another quick video. And you know what? Before we get to the video, if we get a raid, this will be a nice little intro for the raiders. Let's get into the actual paper here. So here's that press release from NPR there. And here's the paper from Nature Scientific Reports. And lucky for us, this paper is open access. No paywall. Here's a link to the actual paper. There we go.
Access granted.
The first sauropod dinosaur from the Lower Cretaceous Kok Krat Formation of Thailand enriches the diversity of Sophospondylon titanosauriforms in Southeast Asia. And again, I don't know the most about titanosaurs, so it's always kind of funny for me to hear these clade names like this. You know, Lithostration titanosaurs, non-Lithostration titanosauriformes, Sophospondylon titanosauriforms. And again, it's funny for me to imagine like what I was as a kid, really dinosaur-obsessed child. And, you know, you have grown-ups who think that's so cute. They're like, oh, well, you know, little Danny, what's your favorite dinosaur? Like, I am particularly fond of the Sophospondylon titanosauriforms of Southeast Asia. Like, I'm sorry, what did he say? But yeah, Sophospondylon, thank you, Charlie's Dragon. So this is one group of titanosauriform sauropods, which are themselves part of Macronaria. So I guess Titanosauriformia and Macronaria are the same clade? More or less? These things might be further refined in the future. But yeah, so this is all the Titanosauriforms more closely related to Titanosaurs than to Brachiosaurs. Makes sense. Very cool. Here's Xiao Wanlong, which is a Titanosauriform. Sophospondylon, presumably, from China. That's really cool. It's gotta be bronze, right? Or they just... I don't know what that is. That's weird. Let's look at the paper. Let's read the abstract real quick first. It's a short summary of the paper. We'll know what we're dealing with, and we'll know what to focus in on if we want to look at anything in detail. So it starts, sauropod dinosaur remains comprise the majority of Mesozoic vertebrate fossil record in Thailand. Oh shoot, this means I gotta revise that, huh? That Blue Sky post I did earlier? Let's see. Update / correction. Paywall. And I should clarify that the new sauropod isn't Thailand's first sauropod, but the first described from the saying it's a euhelopodid sauropod? That's weird. Huh. From the Koch-Krot formation, which we've got other sauropods from there, right? Paleontology in Thailand. Plain text. There we go. Yeah. There we are. And Euhelopodidae is part of Sophospondal. Interesting, Charlie's Dragon. I remember when Euhelopus and its kin were considered primitive sauropods, maybe outside of Neosauropod. They may have been revised recently. Which would make sense, because I think Euhelopus and its kin were originally thought to be early or middle Jurassic, and it turns out they're probably late Jurassic. This is early Cretaceous? I might be getting it mixed up with Shunnosaurus. That is a strikingly good skull for a sauropod. That's really cool. Huh. Man, that must have been a real bear to reconstruct, but look at all those metal parts there holding it together. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho, back to the paper. Sorry, a real nuisance. You're right, Claire, sorry. How dare I use the good name of Ursids for anything less than praise, you know? Anyway. So these sauropods are rare and fragmentary in the Aptian, Albian, Lower Cretaceous, Koch-Krot formation, the stratigraphically youngest fossil-bearing Mesozoic Thai stratigraphic unit. So these are within the age of dinosaurs, these are the youngest rocks you're going to find in Thailand, I guess. That's what they're saying. And I think Thailand has been pretty well explored geologically. Like, they've got a pretty good handle on the different rock units within that country. And so this is the last of the sauropods you're going to find in that country. That's what they're saying. Based on a partial postcranial skeleton. So they've got several good bones from behind the skull. We present the first diagnostic sauropod specimen from this formation, which represents a new Somphospondylian titanosauriform, Nagatitan Chiafumensis. New genus, new species. Nagatitan is diagnosed by 2 atapomorphies. Atapomorphies are features that are unique to that particular species. So they're things that set it apart from every other dinosaur that we know about. So 2 unique features and a unique character combination. So sometimes you have a feature that's totally unique, nobody else has it, and sometimes you have features which, when combined, no one else has that combination. So in this critter, you've got both totally unique features and then some unique combinations of previously known features too. Including the presence of 2 distinct hyposphene hypantrum morphologies within the middle posterior dorsal vertebrae. So I think we talked a little bit yesterday about how sauropods have very distinctive vertebrae. Their vertebrae change really quickly, and you can often tell what kind of sauropod you have just by a vertebra. So phylogenetic analyses, this is making an evolutionary family tree under maximum parsimony, using data matrix containing 153 taxons, 570 characters, produce well-resolved topologies that place Nagatitan within the Somphospondylan clade Euhelopodidae. Nagatitan does not form an endemic subclade with the approximately contemporaneous South American Euhelopodids, Fuiangosaurus and Tongvaeosaurus, with a suite of anatomical features distinguishing these taxa. So it doesn't look that similar to the South American members of this group. Interesting. We estimate a body mass of 25 to 28 tons for Nagatitan, and it suggests that it was part of the broader Middle Cretaceous body size increase in Asian titanosauriforms, facilitated by rising temperatures and expanding suitable habitat. This is the sort of thing where I don't know, I realize that in a Nature Scientific Reports article, to get it into a journal like this, you have to, like, say, here's the broader implications for evolution over the Mesozoic, and, you know, this fits into our picture of sauropods getting bigger as the climate changes, but it's like we're extrapolating a lot from... Did they even do histo? Do we know this animal's mature? I don't know. The discovery of Nagatitan expands the known diversity of Southeast Asian sauropods and improves our understanding of titanosauriform biogeography within the region. Cool. You always need a little sentence like that at the end of the abstract. You're like, this is why it's important, and this is how it drives the science forward. This is how it contributes to our overall understanding. So yeah. Let's take a look at some of this material. Like we said earlier, the generic name is derived from Naga, referring to the mythological serpent-like creature found in various Asian cultures, especially in northeastern Thailand, often associated with water and Buddhism, and Titan, a giant in Greek mythology. The specific epithet is derived from the province of Chaiyaphum, Thailand. And so, for this specimen, we've got 4 dorsal vertebrae, so 4 of the backbones, 5 dorsal ribs, 5 ribs, as we always say here.
Gotta have them ribs.
And they do for this. 4 sacral vertebrae, so these are the verts inside the hips, in between the ilia, the upper hip bones. You've got vertebrae in there. 5 sacral ribs, those are the ribs attached to those vertebrae in the sacrum, between the hip bones. A right humerus, right upper arm bone, right ilium, upper hip bone, left and right pubis, should be pubes, but these are the hip bones that go in the front, and a mostly complete right femur, thigh bone. So they've got some pretty decent material, especially for such a big animal. Here, I guess, is that province in Thailand. Here's the locality within that. I'll put it basically right there. Nice. Interesting, there's so much, these different bands, so these different colors correspond to different ages of rock here. Carbonates and cladistics? That sounds like a mistranslation. Huh. What could that be? Carbonates and... I don't know. That's a typo, though. But yeah, very cool. Here's a quarry map, so when you're digging up an animal like this, you have to pay close attention to where all the bones are from. And so those of you who've seen our fieldwork streams during the summer, especially in Utah, you know how we've got those nails that are stuck in the ground, and, you know, Uncle Don, Utah State Assistant Paleontologist Don DeBlue, don't touch the nails, watch the nails, don't move the nails. The nails are our grid, so that we can map out exactly where all of our bones are from in the ground, and this can give us a lot of information, potentially. That taphonomic story, what happened to these bones after the animal died, could be really useful information. So creating a quarry map like this is important. As you can see, these are pretty well scattered. This animal, after it died, it fell apart. Maybe it was torn apart by scavengers. Maybe the bones were scattered by flowing water from a river or creek or something like that. Or maybe they just got scattered over a floodplain by critters eating it. But scattered bones here. And given how far apart these are, I would not be shocked if there's more of this animal still there in the hillside. And they just need to be able to dig in and find more of it, you know? Clovid Art says context matters, especially in archaeology. Yeah, paleontology too. Yeah. There you go, Alexander, exactly. Yeah. There's that skeletal diagram like we saw earlier. And they put some of the prettier bones here. This is not... It's not exquisite preservation. It's a little scrungy, but you know what? It's important. It's good stuff, and I'm glad we've got it. We've got a humerus and a femur. You can see part of the femur is missing. I wonder if part of it was eroded away before they got a chance to properly excavate it. Maybe this had been sitting there on the surface. Maybe the femur is one of the first bones found. That wouldn't be shocking for an animal like this. You know, you find a bone this big, it's going to be hard to miss. And often this is how you find a dinosaur in the first place. Is there's just one piece of it sticking out of a hillside. And there's just shattered remains, shards of it, kind of spilling out of the hill. I wouldn't be shocked if that's what happened here. Often in a paper like this, they won't tell you the story of how it was discovered in the first place. But let's see. Fossils were initially discovered by a local resident in 2016 during the dry season, when lower water levels had exposed the bone bed on the side of a communal pond. Okay, interesting. Again, Thailand is not... not exactly like a Badlands desert kind of country, you know? This is not what Thailand looks like. No. This is more what Thailand looks like. Some people might say it's a lot more beautiful. Well, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. This is gorgeous, but maybe not as ideal for finding fossils, you know? Lots of exposed rock, but a lot of this is going to be limestone. Not really this sort of like mudstones and sandstones you're going to typically find dinosaurs. Anyway, what a beautiful country, though. Holy cow. Anywho, so a local resident found it in 2016, and interesting that the local resident isn't named here. I wonder if that's at their request, or what? But anyway, initial fieldwork is carried out from 2016 to 2019, during which several skeletal elements were discovered, excavated, and subsequently moved to the Swedenholm Museum for preparation. Excavation of the remaining specimens began as early as 2024. Began in early 2024 and was completed that same year. Yeah, okay, cool. neat. I love this diagram here that shows these different critters that are known from this environment. Non-sauropod faunal remains discovered in the Ban Pha Nang Sua locality. So from this same spot, we've got theropod teeth, we've got spinous, like, I think it's probably an allosauride and a spinosaur tooth. Some fishy remains too. Yeah. And I love this little faunal diagram. Like, here's a who's who of the different critters in this environment. We've got an iguanodontian, several iguanodontians. We've got several theropods, ornithomimosaurs, spinosaurs, allosauroids. We've got all these non-tetrapod fishes. We've got chondrichthyan fishes. We've got some sharky guys. We've got what looks like maybe a bowfin or somebody similar. Maybe some semi-anodid fishes. And we've got, that almost looks like a fly river turtle there. Very cool. The shaded black silhouettes indicate tentative taxa. So everything that's in black is like, we think we have something like this, but we're not as sure. That's really cool, including some pterosaurs and what looks like a bird. Neat. Siamosaurus, which is not from that. Very well could be Puggo Wuggo. Yeah. I was gonna say Ichthyovenator, but I think Ichthyovenator is actually from Laos. And I don't know if it's equivalent in time to these fossils or if it's from a different time. Anyway. And clearly they've 3D scanned these fossils here. I bet you if you were to email the authors, if you really wanted to print a scrunched up sauropod vert, you could. You could probably get them to send you a file for that. Neat. Yeah, 3D surface scan models. Cool stuff. It's really neat that they have these digitized because other sauropod researchers should be able to study these without potentially going all the way to Thailand. Although, again, if this is what Thailand looks like, maybe you want an excuse to be able to go. Just looks like one of the most beautiful places in the world, you know? Who wouldn't want to go here? And Deathsaurus says they already printed a cast to mount in a mall in Thailand. Very cool. Yeah. And Florine says, how do they scan it in so much detail? We talked about that earlier in the stream. They either used, I don't think they did a CAT scanner. They probably just used, like, photogrammetry or like a high-res surface scanner. Let's see, actually. 3D surface scans. They use an Artec Space Spider 3D scanner. One of these, just like we saw in that video from the Gray Fossil site. Yeah.
Plastic housing, but it's actually very sophisticated. And so that looks like, as it's working,
Callback.
is it strobes a light.
We need like a callback sound effect or...
And takes multiple pictures that the computer uses to triangulate 3D space. Yep. And so you can see that model getting picked up on the screen. But you can see it's capturing that shape information. And so what I'll do is multiple scans to get the skull scanned all the way around, stitch them together in the computer, and then you end up with a nice 3D model.
Yep, very cool. Again, here's a link to that video. But yeah, I'm guessing these are probably a little pricey. Yeah, Artec 3D. Industrial scanner. Not an ad, not sponsored content. Download brochure. They're not even telling us the price, which means it's gonna be too rich for my blood. Even if I sell all of my blood. How to buy. Then is I'm not gonna do that. Space spider. Page not found. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah. That costs about 5 times as much as my car. Yeah. Put it on your Christmas list, says Charlie's Dragon. Oh, man. Yeah. You could use it to scan and print a car, says Diagonal? No. It'd still be way more expensive. Yeah. But, man, those results are incredible. But this is why I haven't bought a 3D scanner, is, all of the ones that are within my price range, it's like, why even bother when you can just get a free app that works pretty well. Yeah, like this right here.
This video will help you capture 2 kinds of mechanical objects, big ones and small ones. Small, shiny, metallic objects can be very tricky to scan, but there are some best practices to increase the likelihood that your scan is turning out well. Polycam is a tool, and just like any tool, you can be more or less skilled at using it. And the more skilled you are at it, the more difficult things you can capture with it. First, let's learn how to scan small objects. Place the object on a flat, evenly
Anyhow, you get the idea.
Loop, so that some of your photos at the end repeat some of those photos that you captured at the beginning. This will help the algorithm stitch the photos together accurately. If you need to turn the object over and them as a photogrammetry mesh, but you can scan.
Anyhow.
The algorithm will notice the wood patterns and it'll be able to align each photo better. Now, notice that this scan actually came out with a misalignment in the geometry of the part. This is probably because not enough of the wood was in focus because I used macro mode and I probably had the phone too close to the object. Now, when the phone...
So anyway, there's a lot of squirrely things about using a free app and you're not going to get professional grade results on the first try. But that's the thing, is that if your price is free, as opposed to $23,000 plus, I think it's maybe worth a little bit of tinkering with the free thing before you go spending 23 grand on something like that. Yeah. Anyhow. And they go tech bird. Yeah, fair. But, you know, they're just using it as a demonstration. Yeah. Oh, and very cool wireframe VT. Yeah, we were talking about photogrammetry earlier, and this is kind of a callback to that. But yeah. And Casey Snowart says, this app is interesting, but also makes me nervous as a sculptor. Feels pretty easy to just scan an artist's work and then replicate them for sales. People do that. That is a thing.
Fatality.
Dinodax, thank you for the 24 months of support there.
2 years already.
Thank you, Dinodax. Here's a link to that video. Thanks for keeping me online, Dinodax. I appreciate it. So that's the scanner that they used for this. It's a really expensive one. Makes sense. You're not going to get as nice results right off the bat with a free app on your phone, but it's free, you know? Run with that and learn how to use it with great skill before you end up dropping a ton of money on a complicated scanner. Anyway, love the reconstruction here. This is really nice. Although what's kind of funny is there's like a heavy focus on the head and neck, and they don't have either of those. Lovely artwork, but it's kind of a baffling choice. Like, why wouldn't you focus on the parts that they have? Anyway, it is a beautiful piece of artwork. That is one of the kind of funny things about some paleo art is that sometimes if we only have particular parts of an animal, sometimes they'll just try and put those parts first and foremost, which leads to some really interesting and funny perspectives. Here they're like, nah, it's just to draw a titanosaur, you know? Yeah. And Charlie's Dragon, no, those 3D scanners are absolutely targeted at industry and academia. That's why they're priced that way. Yes. Cool art. I do like this. Props to Pachinap Bunsai. And it's nice to see that this has been used in a lot of the press stuff around. Alright, so phylogenetic approach. Here's them generating an evolutionary family tree. This is probably in the sup info, or they probably have a cladogram down below. But then they estimated body size. Some formulae here. Data availability. I don't even put the cladogram in there. That's fine. Nice. Very cool. Published online May 14th, 2026. That's today. Welcome to the world, or rather, welcome back to the world, Naga Titan. And there's that artwork, just front and center for all of these species. This is great. And then we have dog water AI images here. Come on, bioengineer.org. Just do better than this.
Brother, this guy stinks!
AI trash. Again, this is what you want to see. Is excellent artwork actually done by a real human artist who presumably was paid for this project. This is exquisite compared to that just embarrassing dog water garbage. In fact, this is the sort of thing where, can I block a source on here? On Google News? Ever see anything again from bioengineer.org. Lousy. Anyhow. Yeah. There's gonna be a lot of the same information here. But I love this. Naga Titan is distinct from other species due to a combination of unique features on its spine, pelvis, and legs, like I talked about. A life-size reconstruction of the dinosaur is on display at the Dinosaur Museum at Asiatique in Bangkok. Is this the shopping mall, like somebody in the chat was saying? Yeah. One of the authors, Setha Panuchsakul, said, "My dream is to continue pushing to get South Asian dinosaurs recognized internationally. More international collaborations between Thailand and other institutions like UCL can further our understanding of the region's paleobiology, and apply it to a global context." This all starts with identifying and describing the specimens that we have found first. We have a large collection of sauropod fossils that have not yet been formally described. These may include a number of new species. I've always been a dinosaur kid. This study doesn't just establish a new species, but also fulfills a childhood promise of naming a dinosaur. That is so exciting, and I'm so excited for these authors. Oh, that's cool. That's so cool. Co-author, Professor Paul Upchurch, based at UCL Earth Sciences. UCL. That's what, University College London, right? He said this discovery comes out of a new collaboration between UCL and colleagues in Thailand. The material was studied both in Thailand and at UCL. 3D scanning and printing has meant that we can study the specimen and collect data without having to travel. Good for reducing carbon footprints. Again, callback to scanning and 3D printing. We've had a long-standing interest in the evolution of these gigantic plant eaters, and have had good collaborative links with researchers around the world. It is great to work with Thai colleagues and start to get insights into what was happening in Southeast Asia during the Jurassic and Cretaceous. A team of 5 academics work on different aspects of dinosaur evolution at University College London. Strong collaborative links with the Natural History Museum in London. The extended research group comprises 4 research fellows and postdoc researchers and more than 10 PhD students. At least 4 of the PhD students are working on dinosaur evolution, with the others looking at wider arrays of other evolutionary questions relating to vertebrates, including crocs and birds. Project leader and National Geographic explorer, Dr. Sita Manatkun, researcher at the Paleontological Research and Education Center, Maharasarkham University, said, although Thailand is a small country within Asia, with a very high diversity in dinosaur fossils. Possibly the 3rd most abundant in Asia in terms of dinosaur remains. Really? After Mongolia and China, Thailand after that? It's a big claim, but you might be right. We've only really been studying dinosaurs in Thailand for about 40 years, since the first dinosaur was named in 1986. And already we have a surge of younger paleontologists who are actively undertaking research and promoting paleontology and its importance within the country. Kudos to them. Big paleo salute to this team. They're doing the thing. Good for them. And I'm so pleased that this is getting good press coverage here. Again, here's a link to that piece right there. Let's take a look at this video here. There we go.
Researchers are working to learn more about a new species of dinosaur. We're still finding new dinosaur species. They've been gone for millions of years.
What do you mean we're still finding? How many new dinosaurs do we have just this year? Hang on. Hang on. Let's count them, shall we? These are just published in 2026. Pinacosaurus we discovered the other day. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 new dinosaurs just in 2026 so far. That's pretty darn good, I think. In fact, how many weeks are we into 2026? Here we go. So May 11th, we are in week 20. Divided by 52. So we're 0.38. Hang on, let's do that the other way. 52 divided by 20. 2.6 times 19. So if we're to extrapolate out if we continue at the current pace for the rest of the year, like if the first part of 2026 is any indication, if it continues along this trajectory, We'll have 49 or 50 new dinosaurs by the end of the year. That's about what it... That's maybe slightly higher, but that's about within range of what we've been having for the past decade. New dinosaurs described per year. I presented on this at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting a couple years ago. Let me find that poster for you real quick. In my research. 2024. There we go. Stop. Come on, Windows, don't. Okay. There we go. Here was one of my 2 research posters that I presented in November of 2024 at the museum in Minneapolis. And actually, wait, 49 would be a record for this decade. 2019 was a really good year, and we had 47 new genera and species of dinosaurs then. Good, and small ones, good. It's a big image. Chrome is having difficulty rendering. There we go. 2019, we had 47 new dinosaurs published that year, including Pinacosaurus. I tried to have like a notable one from each year here, and that's what the bar graph here represents. Is number of dinosaurs published per year, new genera and new species. Again, 49 is pretty darn good. That's if the current trend continues to the end of the year. We'll see. Good stuff. So anyway, this guy's surprised that we're still finding new dinosaurs? Of course we are. There's so many out there still yet to be found.
Researchers are working to learn more about a new species of dinosaur. We're still finding new dinosaur species.
Oh, yeah.
They've been gone for millions of years. But they say this one could be the biggest one ever found in Southeast Asia. It's called, I'm going to take my best crack at this, Nagatitan chayaumensis.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Don't ask me to say it again.
It looks like.
Researchers say it was over 88 feet long. This thing weighed more than 50,000 pounds when it was walking around the Earth.
You could have said it wrong and no one would know the difference because it's a new dinosaur.
That's what it's called now.
Yeah.
We would know the difference, chat. We would know the difference.
Some of its bones were found 10 years ago, but identifying it took a long time. So its name...
Not just identifying it, but digging it up, prepping the fossils, studying them, scanning them, working on the manuscript, getting it through peer review. All of these things take time. I'm actually really surprised that they got it out this quickly if they just finished excavations in 2024, you know?
Not going to repeat it. and some insights about it were just published this morning in a scientific journal. We're giving you breaking dino news here.
Nice.
Researchers say there's still a lot to learn, but they know it spent most of its time browsing the tops of trees and had very few issues with predators because it was so darn big.
Yeah.
As research continues, people can see a reconstruction of the big dino at a museum in Thailand.
That's pretty cool.
Very cool. And Petrodactyl says, well, actually, dinosaurs are still around, which is true. Very true. And we'll be talking about that in about 55 minutes here for Thursday BIRDSDAY. But for now, welcome to the world, or welcome back to the world, Nagatitan. And already, not only do we have the official artwork from the press release here, from the paper, beautiful. Just excellent stuff, you know? Just beautiful. But already I think we might have some fan art. Yeah. Somebody painted this. This is from the Wikipedia page. So somebody already posted that. And then this it looks like a stock image. Somebody did previously, but still very cool. Although, I don't know. It looks very similar to this. Same pose, same general color scheme. I almost wonder if this was like a digital mock-up that somebody did with like 3D models that they could use as basically a visual maquette for doing this, because there's interesting things going on here with the perspective, fisheye lens, all of that. I wonder if this was like a preliminary digital mock-up, and then they did the actual proper painting right here. I bet you it is. Very cool. Yeah. Got another press release written by Riley Black here for National Geographic. From Dino Tai. Huh. Okay. Oh, and this is cool. We've got photos from the site. Here's Sita Manat-kun, one of the authors, who oversaw the recovery of Naga Titan, the largest dinosaur ever discovered in Thailand. Very, very cool. Look at this big old jacket there, and it looks like they're getting local kids involved. This is so cool. I love this, you know? Awesome. And it looks like they only had to do half jackets here. They're probably pretty close to a road. It's not like they're digging where I'm digging out in the field, where we're like miles away from the nearest paved road. In Thailand, they've probably got a bit more infrastructure than we have in the American deserts. So they're just kind of hand-carrying this half jacket here. Didn't even put a top on it. And it's just a rib. But it's still important, you know? As we say,
gotta have them ribs.
So they're moving it from the site to the Sprindhorn Dinosaur Museum. I wonder if they're literally walking it to the museum. If so, that's really cool. Yeah. Anyhow, and I agree with you, Top Trike. I agree with you. It's the humanity inherent to art that makes it art. That's why AI art, probably more properly called LLM art. I think AI is not really a real. It's misleading. Anyway, it's not real art. But this is so cool, seeing photos from the prep lab here, using an air scribe to remove some of the matrix, some of the overlying rock from these bones. Again, this is in the Sprindhorn Dinosaur Museum lab in Kalasing province. Two local women from the Sprindhorn Dinosaur Museum area helped prepare the fossils, which involved using specialized air pads. We call this an air scribe. Very cool. I love this. Look at that femur. Look at that. Oh, man. This is just the thigh bone, you know? Pretty impressive. And again, they get so much bigger than this. Like, Titanosaurs... not twice as big, but, you know, significantly larger than this. This is not the actual thigh bone there. This is either a cast or... doesn't look like a 3D print. I think this is probably a resin cast. And you can see this smooth part right here. That had to be reconstructed. Remember, there was a missing part of the femur? Again, we saw that in the paper. Here we go. Here's the femur. You know, it could be a 3D print, actually, because they did scan it. See how that part is missing right there? That is the missing part that filled in. That's why it's all smooth. Very cool. Really neat. Really neat. Yeah, good press release here from National Geographic and Riley Black and stuff. Anyhow. Excellent. Very cool. Very cool. Now, before we get into Thursday BIRDSDAY, my agenda here real quick. All of these other papers, I think we can't necessarily access. I don't know if I want to get into the molecular phylogeny one right now. Let's take a look at a PBS Eons video instead, and see if we can let that be a springboard for discussion. This just popped up the other day. The title is The 400 Million Year Fossil Gap Where Fish Should Be. I think this might get into one of these questions that I commonly get from chatters. Longtime viewers might know what I'm talking about here. We get people who pop into the chat, especially newer people, and they go, would you ever dig for fossils at the bottom of the ocean? Would you ever use a submarine to look for dinosaurs? And the answer is no, for a number of reasons. This video might get into some of those reasons. But, let's take a look. I'll give you a link right here at the outset. We'll dive in. No pun intended. It's annoying that you have to click the X multiple times now on YouTube to get rid of that. Watch. Do this. It's not doing it. Whatever. I'm just grousing. Let's watch the video.
In 1843, British professor Edward Forbes proposed a radical new hypothesis on deep-sea life. There wasn't any. Forbes had been...
I'm sorry, what?
What?
He's like, yeah, there's nothing down there. Don't worry about it. Great. Okay. That was fairly wrong, says Mint Julep. Yeah, I would say so. You know, we have an example of deep sea life right here. Not here. These guys tend to live not in the deep sea. Pigeons tend to live a little bit higher up than that. But leatherback turtles, they descend like 4,000 feet, like over 1,000 meters into the ocean depths to feed and to cool down and stuff like that. So they'd like to have a word with this guy. Here we go.
Proposed a radical... In 1843, British professor Edward Forbes proposed a radical new hypothesis on deep-sea life. There wasn't any. Forbes had been dredging the Aegean Sea and cataloging the species that were dragged up. And he saw a pretty clear pattern. The deeper his ship dredged, the less it collected.
Okay, I guess he is working from actual data here, and he's noticing a pattern, and then he's extrapolating beyond what his data actually tell him. So, okay, fair.
So he figured that below about 300 fathoms, roughly 550 meters, the sea was entirely azoic, or lifeless, because of its harsh conditions. And for decades, this hypothesis was widely accepted by the scientific community, despite it being deeply wrong. And today we know that the dark and murky depths are home to many species, from invertebrates to anglerfish to lanternfish and snailfish, to name a few. But in a sense, Forbes was accidentally kinda onto something. See, those weird deep-sea fish may look ancient.
Does anybody know who this is? Shark Geek would instantly know what this critter is. Who could tell me? What is this critter? Anybody know? Neverwinter has got it. Just right off the bat. Quick on the draw, Neverwinter. Yeah. Chimera, aka ghost shark, aka ratfish, I think they get called too. Really cool critter. Related to sharks, but earlier divergent. I'll show you what I mean. So here's our tree of life. Let's zoom into the cartilaginous fishes, chondrichthyans. Here we go. This is all the sharks and rays, and well, the sharks and rays are over here. The elasmobranchs. But then up here, we have the chimeras, aka ratfish, aka ghost sharks, aka they've got lots of different names, including oh, peace be upon him, Saint Joseph. So weird. This is a common name. American elephant fish. Elephant fish, comma, ghost shark. Ghost shark, 2 words. Ghost shark, 1 word. Anyway, these are cool critters. They are very cool. And they represent like an early morphology of chondrichthyan fishes. Yeah, ratfish. Thank you, Monk Duck, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah, what a weird, cool critter.
Elusive creature, one that has existed on this planet for millions of years. The chimera, or ghost shark, is a cartilaginous fish that is related to sharks and rays. However, they exhibit a morphology unlike any other creature.
I forgot about that, Alexander Morrison. Yeah, but they're propelling themselves with their pectoral flippers.
With seemingly only one gill on either side of their body, upper jaws fused to their skull, no scales, and eyes that are backed with a reflective tissue layer that makes them seem to glow in the dark, the chimera have an eerie and ghost-like appearance.
Look at this graph!
Look at that graph. How he feels. Thanks for sharing with us, and thank you for that follow as well. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
They seem to move like ghosts too, as rather than most sharks that generate propulsion using their tails, ghost sharks use their large wing-like pectoral fins to glide through the water, a characteristic more suited to a bird than a fish.
Or a sea turtle.
However, these peculiar features have a purpose.
Yeah, anyway, I'll give you a link to this. I don't want to spend too much time on chimeras. After we briefly glimpsed one in this video. But, yeah.
On to something. See, those weird deep-sea fish may look ancient, as if they've been lurking in the abyss since the beginning of time, but in reality, they only just got down there. Despite starting out in the water, the fossil record suggests that vertebrates conquered both the land and the air before they conquered the depths. So
interesting. Well, because as it turns out, living in the very deep sea, if you're a vertebrate animal, an animal with bones, That's an inhospitable place. You've got to have a lot of interesting adaptations to be able to survive at extreme depths. For the most part, we vertebrates, we critters with bones, are just not very well suited to that, you know? Vertebrates, you know? We're not too fond of tremendous crushing pressures and absolute darkness and extreme cold and lack of food. These are not our favorite conditions. Not to speak for you, Chad. I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but I presume that you're not particularly fond of those things, right? Do we have anybody in the chat who really loves being crushed by hundreds of atmospheres worth of pressure? Or having to go without food for weeks on end? Or living in complete, well... I'm not going to ask that. I presume that there are several people in the chat who do prefer to live in complete darkness. The way that people talk about dark mode on websites. I don't get it, but to each their own, you know? Maybe you would do well in a deep sea environment. Yeah. Sounds like living in Essex, UK. I'm sure you've got excellent food in Essex. I was thoroughly impressed. I haven't been to Essex, I don't think. But when I went to Birmingham and London and Dorset, I was very impressed with the food in the UK. And I know that's maybe a peculiar thing to hear, but as a vegetarian in particular, I'm like, this is so easy. Holy cow, I can eat half the things on the menu. This is great. I love this. Anywho. Let's continue.
Down there. Despite starting out in the water, the fossil record suggests that vertebrates conquered both the land and the air before they conquered the depths. So what took them so long? Well, what made it possible for fish to finally colonize the deep sea may have been flowers.
Wait. What? I'm utterly stumped by this.
What?
Is she talking about the evolution of angiosperms? Flowering plants? Does it have something to do with, like, oxygen concentrations at the bottom of the sea or something like that? Pollen, maybe? I don't know. Angiosperm, says Charlie's Dragon. Nutrient. Huh. Does it have something to do with marine snow, perhaps? And get out... Oh, goodness. Get out of there. Sorry, there's a... I'm going to go let this little gnat outside. He was swimming around in my drink cup. Hang on. Since we have respect and love for all of Earth's creatures on this on this channel, I'm gonna go put this buggo outside. Here, let me play a quick little channel trailer for you while I'm doing. Oh, it tickles. I'll be right back. Here, because I don't want to miss this video. I'll be right back. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils. Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs. A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur. I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. There we go. bug actually escaped before I could put it outside, so now it's just here in the house somewhere, and that's okay. You stay out of trouble, Buggo. Let's continue our video here.
Before they conquered the depths. So what took them so long? Well, what made it possible for fish to finally colonize the deep sea may have been flowers.
Again. What? Let's see.
The deep ocean is the single largest habitat.
And here, Charlie's Dragon, if you're going to do corrections like that, you should put the line clear to the, well, actually. That's why I have that emote. But I appreciate it, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. The deep ocean is the single largest habitat on Earth. You know, this is what you hear all the time when, this is like burned into my brain now. Because of Monterey Bay Aquarium. There we go. So at the Monterey Bay Aquarium, they have the open sea exhibit here.
Don't share it around because they'll have to change it again. All right.
And they have kind of like a script that they go off of when they're doing this. And they talk about how this is the largest habitat on planet Earth. The open sea, the deep sea. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to find that line anywhere, but you can at least watch a live feed. That's right here. And also, if we look at their channel on Twitch, I don't know if it's going to be this exhibit or a different one currently going. Oh, they're not live right now? Weird. Anyway, this is from a week ago. Here's, well, okay, a 6-hour stream. And they might have special attention paid to the molas here. There's also green sea turtles in this exhibit, too. I got to see them last month. Super, super cool. Anywho.
The deep ocean is the single largest habitat on Earth, but the fossil record suggests that for most of the history of complex life, vertebrates just didn't go down there. The earliest vertebrates emerged in the shallow waters of the Cambrian period, over 500 million years ago. And by 375 million years ago, in the Devonian period, some had begun to crawl out of the water onto land. By a little over 200 million years ago, in the Triassic period, some of their descendants even developed powered flight and took to the skies too. Yet through all that time, while some vertebrates were on epic evolutionary journeys from the water to the land and into the air, none seem to have just swum downwards. There might be some evidence that fish were adapted for deep sea living in the late Cretaceous period, but we don't see any definitive body fossils of fish down there until roughly 50 million years ago.
But how much of this is just due to there not being good exposures? How much of this is essentially sampling bias or bias in the rock record? Because that's the thing, is that rocks, especially oceanic rocks, oceanic plates, they tend to be very young. We've talked about this before.
May I have your attention, please? The Monterey Bay Aquarium and Gift Stores will be closing in 30 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, we better get out of there before it closes.
Su atención, por favor. El acuario de la Bahía de Monterrey y las tiendas de regalos cerrarán sus puertas dentro de...
Anywho, so the oceanic crust subducts beneath continental crust. So if you've got really deep ocean strata, those get recycled down into the mantle. So that crust tends to be a lot denser than continental crust, and so it's coming out from these spreading ridges in the middle of the ocean, and then it's plunging underneath the continental crust. And so the stuff gets recycled. I think the very oldest oceanic crust that we have anywhere in the world is like maybe not even 200 million years old. So basically, anything from the Triassic period onward, we don't have any record of what was going on in the deep, deep oceans. In oceanic crusts. Those rocks don't exist anymore. So maybe that's part of it? You get ocean bottom sediment, but that's stuff that was on land, you know? Like again, this is not a good example. Let's say 90 million years ago, like we talked about earlier. Here in the middle of South America, and places like Brazil, you get marine strata that today are dry land, but when sea levels were really high, you had the water that came up onto continental crust. You had these inland seas like this. But any of these rocks that were laid down at this time, along the continental margins, it will be gone now. Because in the 90 million years since Earth looked like this, those rocks have been pushed underneath the continental crust and have gone down into the mantle and melted. So is that one of the reasons why we don't have deep sea vertebrates from earlier than about 50 million years ago? I wonder if that's part of the story here, you know? I wonder.
Evolutionary journeys from the water to the land and into the air. None seem to.
And Bad Fraginator says, what about deep sea vents? Were these biotypes before that? So deep sea vents are probably the oldest habitats on our planet. That's probably where life originated over like 3 billion years ago. But that's not what we're talking about here, because the earliest organisms were tiny little one-celled microorganisms. We're talking about vertebrates here, animals with bones. Fishes, and then their descendants, amphibians and reptiles and mammals. Yeah, they weren't exactly mid-julep, yeah. But yeah, the deep sea is probably where life began, in undersea vents. Hydrothermal vents. Where today all kinds of weird critters live, including like bizarre chemosynthetic organisms. That's probably where life began. We've got multiple lines of evidence to point to that. But anyway, here we're talking about vertebrates. You know, critters with bones. Back a touch.
In the Triassic period, some of their descendants even developed powered flight and took to the skies too. Yet through all that time, while some vertebrates were on epic evolutionary journeys from the water to the land and into the air, none seem to have just swum downwards. There might be some evidence that fish were adapted for deep sea living in the late Cretaceous period, but we don't see any definitive body fossils of fish down there until roughly 50 million years ago, in the Paleogene period. Plus, the genetics of the fish that dominate deep sea ecosystems today also show evidence of this delay. Molecular clock data suggests that most modern major deep sea fish lineages, which are part of a larger group called the Neoteleosts, only arose during or after the Cretaceous. Was it really quicker and easier for shallow water fish to evolve into dinosaurs or pterosaurs than just evolve into deep water fish? There are even secondarily aquatic vertebrates older than this.
Yep.
Fish that left the water, evolved into land animals for a while, and then returned to the water.
Like ichthyosaurs.
All in less time than it apparently took for deep sea fish to evolve.
Again, it kind of boggles the mind, and I wonder if that's legit. I wonder if we're just dealing with a lack of fossils here rather than a lack of real organisms. You know, like maybe we're just missing that part of the record rather than that having never happened. I don't know. It seems like an extraordinary claim, and I feel like it requires extraordinary evidence, and I'm not sure if we have that evidence. Yeah.
This mysterious lack of evidence of deep-sea fish for most of the history of life is one of the largest gaps in vertebrate evolution. And the simplest hypothesis that has historically been proposed is that the gap is real. There really was no vertebrate life in the deep sea before the Cretaceous period. But why such a long delay? Well, it's easy to imagine why vertebrates might not have been in much of a rush to colonize such a harsh and resource-scarce environment. Beyond about 200 meters down, which is where the deep sea technically begins, there's so little sunlight that photosynthesis becomes basically impossible. Now, photosynthesis is usually the base of most ecosystems. Without it, deep-sea food webs have to rely on much worse sources of energy, like detritus that gradually sinks into the depths from above and what's called marine snow, which deep-sea species can scavenge for food. Or chemical energy from deep-sea vents and seeps, which some microbes can harness to form the base of food webs. And the deeper you go, the harder things get. Thousands of meters down, for example, there's crushing pressure and extreme cold and constant darkness. And it might have simply taken a long time for the right mutations and selective pressures to come together to make the transition possible for vertebrate life. But not everyone thinks that the delay was simply about the challenges of adapting to harsh conditions. Because it's still kind of strange that it took so long for shallow water fish to conquer the deep. There are also a bunch of major challenges too, and drastic adaptations required for moving onto land and into the air. Yet vertebrates still managed that much faster than moving into the deep sea.
I guess. I mean, I wonder about this. Like, in science, you know, it's not just about having a story that sounds plausible. It's about having evidence and being able to test your ideas. And what kind of a record do we actually have for the deep sea?
Well, folks, that's how dinosaurs are. Unpredictable.
Dangerous Buttons, thank you for the 25 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you for keeping me here on the air for that long with that recurring sub. I appreciate that, Dangerous Buttons. Thank you. But what I wonder is, like, what kind of a record do we even have for the deep sea? Most marine fossils that we have for vertebrates are from continental crust, not from oceanic crust. So I really do wonder whether that is a real gap or whether it's just missing data, whether those fossils once existed and they no longer exist because of subduction. Or maybe the fossils do exist, but they haven't been found yet because they're in oceanic crust. Like, I don't know. I really do wonder about this. It's bugging me, you know? Yeah. Like the now closed Romer's Gap. Exactly, Pursue. Yeah, exactly. I love the messages we get in chat sometimes. Pursue, you're right on the money there, I think. I was thinking the same exact thing. I don't know.
A fish evolving to stroll around on land is no walk in the park either. Okay, well, technically yes, that's exactly what it is, but you get what I mean. Plus, invertebrates seem to have made it down there without such a long delay.
Do we actually have, like, deep sea benthic invertebrates from oceanic crust? I guess we've got little ones that you can get from core samples and stuff, but like,
another hypothesis suggests vertebrates actually did make earlier attempts to reach the depths, and the delay we see in the fossil record isn't the real story at all.
Okay. She's saying it in such a way where she's like setting it up so she can knock it down. Let's see what we've got here, because this is kind of my suspicion. I wonder if this is the case, whether there isn't a real delay at all.
See, the deep sea is prone to periods of anoxia, the loss of oxygen due to changes in ocean circulation. And there's been a series of known major global anoxic events in the planet's history that could have wiped out older deep sea vertebrate ecosystems.
So, talking to Jim Kirkland about this, and I hope I'm remembering this correctly. I hope I'm interpreting correctly what he said, but these seem to correspond to oil deposits, where it's like when we've got really rich petroleum deposits, that might be the result of anoxic events, where like everything in the deep ocean died because of a lack of oxygen. And so all of these marine microorganisms, all of the plankton, zooplankton, phytoplankton, lots and lots of other things died like all at once, settled down into the bottom, and then didn't get their carbon and everything recycled. It just sat there because all the bacteria also died because there's no oxygen. And then all of this carbon-rich stuff just congealed into goo, carbon-rich goo, which eventually was covered up by sediment and then compressed down and became petroleum. I'd always kind of assumed that this was like a slow attritional process, but the way that Jim made it sound, it's like this could be the result of like discrete events, where you have an anoxic event, there's no oxygen in the oceans practically for a long time, everything's dead, and as a result of that, things don't like decompose or get digested, they just kind of sit
But the
there.
paleontologist field isn't narrow to what we understand. On the contrary, we stretch our understanding to try and take in the universe.
Mickey Clone, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, so I need to talk to a researcher who actually understands petroleum formation. Because again, it sounds almost a little too pretty and perfect. Like, oh yeah, oil is from these anoxic events, and like you can pinpoint where they have. But like, maybe it is. I don't know.
Planet's history that could have wiped out older deep-sea vertebrate ecosystems. So,
oh, and hang on. Puggo Wuggo says, would the Mesozoic have continued for longer if the asteroid never hit? Yes. I mean, like, most of our eras in the geological timescale and the periods within them, they are defined by extinction events. So it's because certain critters disappear from the rock record at certain times that, like, you know, because these are human constructs to a certain extent, you know? The Jurassic period, this is what we call this span of time, and it's bookended by extinctions. The Triassic-Jurassic extinction event is what marks the lower boundary, and then you have the Jurassic-Cretaceous extinction event. We've only recently realized that this was a pretty dramatic thing. We used to think there was just missing time here, but it turns out there probably was some sort of event that happened. But anyway, these are defined by the extinction of different groups of organisms, the disappearance from the fossil record of certain critters. That's why we've come up with this like this. So if that asteroid had missed the Earth, we wouldn't mark this as the end of the Mesozoic and the end of the Cretaceous. The creatures that disappear from the fossil record there happened because of that extinction event. So yeah, does that answer your question, Puggo Wuggo? I hope so. Yeah. We ping pong from disaster to disaster, says Coldrake. But the recovery from those disasters and the way that life bounces back and thrives and diversifies and carries on, that's one of the most beautiful things about the history of life on Earth, you know? There's a documentary series that I think really kind of emphasizes this, and it's going to come out June, right? I'll be in the field when it comes out, but this is all about that.
A breathtaking planet that has supported life for billions of years. But it can be a challenging and cruel home. From the beginning, creatures have had to be tough to survive. Mass extinctions wiped out entire species. From supervolcanoes to an asteroid apocalypse.
And I like how they put that. Mass extinction has wiped out entire species. It wouldn't be a mass extinction if there weren't tons of species going extinct, you know? That's why it's called a mass extinction. Like, if, yeah. And not just entire species, like tons and tons and tons of species. It has to be a lot of species dying out before you call it a mass extinction. So it's just kind of a funny way to put it.
It'd be tough to survive. Mass extinctions wiped out entire species. From supervolcanoes to an asteroid apocalypse. From megafloods to a frozen planet strangled by darkness. With every disaster, there was suffering. But each time, life returned, even stronger. Witness the heart and the hope of our planet. Travel back in time to see how life fights back and wins.
Surviving Earth, June 11th, followed by the Americas on NBC and Peacock.
Cool. Yeah. There's a link to that there. Again, these things are always dropping when I'm out in the field. I'm going to be in the middle of Wyoming, digging up dinosaurs when that premieres. But, yeah, anyway. And Charlie's Dragon says, I get knocked down, but I get up again. Yeah, you're never going to keep me down. That really is kind of... It's a good theme for the history of life on Earth. The idea. Music makes extinction seem so fun, says Petroneclis. Yeah. Well, you know, that's the thing. When you're a paleontologist, you have to kind of make peace with the idea that all of these extinctions have happened in the past, and man, they must have sucked to live through, or worse yet, die from. But we here, living today in the present, we only exist because of what came before us, and because of the disappearance of all of these animals that predate us, animals and plants and other organisms. Like, our very existence we owe to the mass death of all these creatures before us, you know? We as human beings would not be here if it hadn't been for that asteroid that hit 66 million years ago. You know, I've got pieces of it here in this vial, in this necklace. So if anything, I think it's a reminder that we are incredibly lucky to be here. And we're incredibly lucky to be able to look back into the past through the fossil record, figure out what's happened on this planet before we showed up. And then, just maybe, we might be able to avoid the fate of some of the creatures that came before us. I love this mission patch from NASA. This idea that maybe we should be on the lookout for giant, dangerous objects in outer space. Maybe we can avenge those latest Cretaceous dinosaurs. Their death paved the way for us, you know, through no fault of their own. They didn't have a space program. We do. You could make an argument that maybe we owe it to them, and we certainly owe it to ourselves to make sure that we fund science. That we do these projects so that we can learn from what happened before on our planet and ensure a safe and happy future for ourselves. You know? Something to think about. Anyway, I don't know if... I don't think this is available anywhere. I think maybe the only way to get this, Petrodactylus, is to maybe make your own. Yeah, 'cause I don't know if, I don't think you can get these anywhere. I think these were a limited production run, only for people involved with that mission. Anywho, yeah. Pinacosaurus pursue. Yeah, agreed. Wait, let's get back to our video. Shoot, we're not even halfway done with it, and this is taking way longer than I thought. We're supposed to do Thursday BIRDSDAY starting in 7 minutes. We're gonna have to postpone that a little bit.
So perhaps modern deep-sea fish represent just the latest recolonization that started in the Cretaceous, after the last global anoxic event around 94 million years ago. And we're missing the fossil evidence of those earlier species. And that lack of fossils would make sense, seeing as the oceanic crust is constantly recycled in a tectonic process known as subduction, gradually destroying the fossils that do form down there. Which potentially means that today's deep-sea fish might be only the latest iteration in a long but hidden cycle of extinction and recolonization stretching back hundreds of millions of years.
So that would make sense to me, but I sense there's a but coming up here. Let's see.
In 2023, though, researchers published a study that added a whole new dimension to the debate: the oldest fossil evidence of deep-sea vertebrates ever found. The fossils came from the Apennine Mountains of Italy and date back 130 million years ago to the early Cretaceous, when this region formed the bottom of the ancient Tethys Sea. They weren't body fossils of deep-sea fish themselves, but trace fossils of at least 3 distinct species moving across the seafloor.
Yeah, but this is not an oceanic crust. This is not deep sea. Like, I don't think Italy was ever under a deep, deep sea. This is continental crust here, right?
These included a wave-shaped trail where a fish had been dragging its lower fins across the sediment as it went. But the more numerous fossils were of long rake-like scratches and small bowl-shaped pits. Both of these are virtually identical to the marks left by some deep-sea fish today when foraging for small invertebrates buried in the sediment. And the feeding pits in particular suggested to the researchers that the fish responsible for these trace fossils weren't the remnants of an ancient deep-sea vertebrate ecosystem, but the pioneers of our modern one. Because those pits required a highly developed suction feeding apparatus, characteristic of the modern family of fish that dominate the deep sea today, the neoteleosts. So the trace fossils may represent a very early stage of the neoteleost diversification into the deep sea that continues to this day.
Well, but that's the thing, though, is that neoteleosts really take off during the Cretaceous. But you have things like holocephalians, chimeras, that go way back into the Permian and earlier, you know?
While this doesn't rule out the possibility of earlier waves of deep-sea colonization by older lineages that we haven't found fossil evidence of yet, it does suggest what the trigger for the latest colonization might have been. Because right around 130 million years ago, when those trace fossils date back to, the deep sea was changing due to the ripple effect of a revolution unfolding on land. Sea flowering plants, aka angiosperms, also emerged in the fossil record around this time and took over the world over the course of the Cretaceous.
So today, angiosperms, flowering plants, represent, it's like 90% of plant species on our planet are angiosperms, and they did not exist prior to the Cretaceous, as far as we know. I was talking with a paleobotanist about this the other day, Cindy Louie at Berkeley. Like, what do you think about this evidence of, purported evidence of angiosperms from the Jurassic or the Triassic or something? And she's like, those hypotheses have kind of fallen out of favor recently because, like, they just don't have the goods. They don't have the data to back that up. It's possible that angiosperms may have evolved a little earlier, but we don't have good evidence of that until until the early Cretaceous at the earliest so far.
And the researchers argued that as they radiated and spread, flowering plants would have increased the amount of organic matter finding its way into the oceans. The nutrient-rich runoff in turn would have then increased the productivity of the marine realm, including causing blooms of phytoplankton at the surface. And some of this extra organic matter would have eventually found its way into the deep sea, raining down as the marine snow we mentioned earlier.
So this is assuming that there's something very different about angiosperms, that they're somehow more wasteful or that they propagate more. They're just putting out more stuff that will eventually find its way into the oceans. And I don't know enough about plants to be able to say, oh yeah, sounds good to me. Angiosperms, yeah, they're always being really wasteful, or they just get everywhere or something. Like, maybe they do, I don't know. But nearly every time that I've encountered an idea like this in the past, it's turned out to be less than totally true. Like with this idea that, until angiosperms evolved, all of the forage plants were just really low quality. And that means dinosaurs must have been cold-blooded, because plant-eating dinosaurs, well, they didn't have, good nutritious food until the rise of the angiosperms, and it turns out that's not true. Ferns and horsetails and cycads were probably much more nutritious than we realize. Modern experiments have shown that you can get a lot of nutrients out of them. We're so angiosperm brains today, given that most of the plants we have around us are angiosperms, that we kind of presume that, ferns, spike mosses, club mosses, horsetails, cycads, conifers, that's all trash, Turns out it's not, actually. I wonder if this is a similar thing, or whether I'm way off base here. Again, I don't know enough about plants to really be able to say with any kind of confidence. Yeah.
This sudden extra input of energy into the deep sea meant that food webs down there could support a great...
And Nell, first trees contributed toward anoxic events in the Devonian might be worth looking at. Maybe, yeah. I feel like it's kind of going in a different direction than I was thinking, though.
Their abundance and diversity of invertebrates, and we see the diversity of their fossil burrows increase around this time. And for vertebrates that could use their mouths to get those invertebrates out of those burrows, like the early deep-sea neoteleosts, transitioning to the abyss finally became worth it. So maybe what eventually ended the deep-sea fish delay was an ecological domino effect that began with flowering plants taking root on land.
So, I don't want to be too down on this idea, but it's a cool story, and I love that. I love that it sounds compelling and fun, and the sort of thing that you could repeat, and people go, wow, that's cool. But I do wonder if there's actually good evidence for this, Is there really a bizarre phenomenon here that needs explaining away by the rise of angiosperms? is this gap in the record actually real? Or do we just happen to be missing those data? You know? I wonder.
We still have a lot to learn about the natural history of the deep sea, the largest and most mysterious part of our planet. But if it's correct, this new hypothesis shows that nature isn't a collection of neatly separated ecosystems.
Sure.
Everything is connected, no matter how remote, from forest to seafloors and from flowers to fish. And far from being lifeless, like Forbes thought, the deep sea just needed a new group of plants basking in the light to give rise to new animals that lurk in the darkness.
Well, beautifully made. Excellent work from PBS Eons. There's a link. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. But yeah. And when did crinoids move to the deeper shelves? As the chimeras wouldn't have been far behind as far as I can tell, as pursue. I don't know if we have, like, records of deep sea crinoids. Again, we're not going to have any rock records from the oceanic crust older than the beginning of the Jurassic. Crinoids do seem like the sort of thing that you might be able to pull up in core samples. They've got those columnals that tend to disarticulate when the animal dies. So crinoids are still around today. There's some living species, but they're really famous as fossils. So they've got this central stalk there, made up of columnals that look like this. And I might even have one here, actually. Yeah. It's not all 3D prints here in the office. Got some actual genuine fossils there, too. There is a crinoid columnal right there. This is from, I think, the Carboniferous of Utah? I forget, I should ask Jim. But, yeah, it's one of those little segments from a crinoid. And so this is the sort of thing that presumably you could pull up in a drill core from oceanic crust. So if there were crinoids in the deep sea at the time, and I suspect there probably were, we should have evidence of them, but I don't know enough about crinoids to know off the top of my head if we do or if we don't. So yeah. But yeah, I like your line of reasoning there. So. But yeah. Anyway, Diagonal, I'm glad you're here in the chat. Maybe you just popped in, but I wanted to know, there's this idea that we were looking at in that video, that the rise of the angiosperms on land may have led to an increased level of nutrients in the deep sea. I guess the underlying idea being that angiosperms are somehow more prolific or more wasteful, or like they're just producing more junk that just ends up in the oceans, as opposed to, say, gymnosperm plants. Is there any reason to think that would be true? That the rise of the angiosperms would mean that more plant matter ends up in the oceans than before the rise of the angiosperms? I'd love to know if you have any thoughts on this. I'm not a plant person. I don't know enough about this kind of thing. Look for, what are the, I always forget what these are called. Is it a spindle diagram? Showing like diversity of different groups over time. Yeah, here we go. And it broke? What do you mean, Claire? It broke. Did you do a clip or something? I missed that. Your clip. I'm sorry, Claire. Shoot. So here's a spindle diagram that's supposed to show various groups of plants over time. Pteropsida, those are the ferns, right? So they're interesting. It says that we've got a higher diversity of ferns today than we did during the Cretaceous or the Jurassic. Huh. But this over here, this is not somebody taking a bite out of his favor. These are the angiosperms, you know? Started from the bottom, now we're here. Look at that. Just incredible explosion of diversity. So maybe there is something to that. I don't know, you know? I don't know. I don't know. This is bonkers. Look at that. So here's the width here is diversity. So it's like number of species over time. The wider it is, the more diverse, the more species you have for any of these different plant groups. For angiosperms, it's just... Look at that. Just absolutely just... Wow. Nuts, you know? That's bonkers. Yeah, adaptive radiation. Exactly, Claire. But I don't know. Yeah. Maybe that gives credence to that idea that angiosperms were, they were the ticket to having deep-sea vertebrates. Because when angiosperms take over the land, then they're kicking more nutrients out, and then they go out into the ocean, and I'm a dinosaur guy. I don't know about this. But lucky for dinosaur folks like me, dinosaurs have had their own adaptive radiation over the past 66 million years. They didn't go extinct at the end of the Cretaceous, not completely. We still have dinosaurs today. Many, many species of dinosaur. From a few very lucky surviving species with feathers and beaks at the end of the Cretaceous, species that managed to squeak or maybe chirp their way through that mass extinction event, they found success on the other side, and they have since taken over the globe. Today we call them birds. And on Thursdays, we celebrate this. The dinosaurs never went extinct, not completely, and today, they actually outnumber mammal species like 2 to 1. So without further ado, let's start Thursday Birds Day right now. You ready? Let's do it. Wrong button. Thursday Birdsday starts right now.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
Thursday BIRDSDAY.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday BIRDSDAY is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday BIRDSDAY?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture, any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday Birdsday is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday Birdsday!
Happy Thursday Birdsday, everybody. Let's see what you've posted this week in terms of theropod dinosaurs. Let's take a look. Make sure I'm starting in the right place. And I don't know what's up with Discord, but it's not been starting me in the correct place right now. Week. It's a memorable one. Acorn woodpeckers. Thursday Wren's Day. We got some wrens. Kookaburra. Sorry, Discord used to just start us off in the right place, but there we go. Casmiel Black says, my partner took a picture of an owl that was hanging out at somebody's balcony. He was going to visit his friend. Sent this to me. I don't know what kind of owl it is. It's kind of blurry. And it's got its... Here's the back of its head, looks like. I don't know what kind of owl that is, but I appreciate you posting it, Casmiel Black. Getting us started off here. Well... Let's at least find owls on our Tree of Life here. Let's get the birds first. Played aves. And then from there, let's go to Strigiformes. The owls. Nice. 206 species of owl. My goodness.
Wow.
Quite a few. And Neverwinter says, might be a barred owl. Your guess is better than mine, Neverwinter. Let's see. There we go. Barred owl. Strix Avaria. Nice. Tommy Ploticus says, blurry Thursday Birdsday is the purest form of Thursday Birdsday. In a way it is, you know? Like, you take a picture of a bird outside, blurry picture of maybe a blurry bird, but you took it yourself. That's the essence of Thursday Birdsday. Beautiful. Thank you, Casmiel Black, for posting. They like acorns is the understatement of the century with regard to acorn woodpecker. And Chaotic Time Traveler says Luffy was here to celebrate 6 years of paleontologizing. His latest exciting discovery is his shadow. He's been talking to it and trying to persuade it to play with him. Here's me, dressed like a white-collar criminal. And Luffy's dressed in green. There's Scott Benson there. I love this. What's Luffy doing here? Nice. Oh, that's great. Very cool. Oh, very nice. Thank you, Chaotic Time Traveler, for posting. Hope Luffy's doing well. Always love it when we have proof that At least one dinosaur is watching our paleontologizing streams. That's pretty great. I appreciate it. Dinosaur approved. That's right, Claire. Thank you, Chaotic Time Traveler. Excellent. Mayor of Space has got a Himalayan monal at the Toledo Zoo pheasantry. Let's have a look. What are you? Holy cow. Wow. What a bird. Look at the iridescence in those feathers. That is really something. One more time. Himalayan. I don't know for sure, but I'm going to guess that this is related to galliform birds. Partridges. Well, partridges. Chickens. Well, if it's from the pheasantry, that would make sense. But let's zoom out to birds. Here we go. Bird. They are gorgeous, never winter. Monal. Malayan monal. It's a type of pheasant. Phasianidea. That makes sense. Yeah. Lophophorus. Impijanus. Wow, it seems like it might be the most spectacular of the monals. Beautiful. Look at that iridescence. And just, you know, you look at this critter, and you look at those feathers, you look at the colors there, and then you stop to consider that these birds can see more colors than we can. They can see partway into the ultraviolet spectrum. How much more beautiful and vibrant must they look to each other than to us? Like, we can't even imagine the splendor of these birds as they experience each other, you know, as they see each other. That's cool to think about. That's probably a male, says Snowdenchi. That would make sense. In most bird species, in most bird groups, the males are the more vibrantly colored. And there's only a couple of exceptions to that. Tinamous, maybe the most prominent. Very cool, Mayor Space. Thanks for posting. Squiggles says, yet again the birds of prey spot my phone and spiral up higher. There's a hawk in there, I swear. Let's see. Where? Is it here? I think that might be the Wright brothers plane, actually. Or it could be a scratch on your lens. That could be a bird of prey. Or a bird of predation. Or a jetliner. We're gonna say this is a UAP, actually. An unidentified avian phenomenon right here. Good stuff. Thanks for posting. The quintessence of the Thursday BIRDSDAY bird. Thank you, Squiggles, for posting. Yeah. Ooh, Cacklin's Wharf has got a relatively short walking video from yours truly. Part of one of 2 consecutive shortish walks. You can treat them together as one entry. I think I will. Each one has 3 bird moments pointed out. Nice. Let's look at an assortment of gulls here. This is like, you know, pick this up at the store for your loved one. Here, assorted gulls. Enjoy. Don't get too freaked out when you try to identify them, because Don't panic. Gulls are identifiable, remember? Let's go to 1529 here. This is really lovely, by the way. Just, again, quintessentially Dutch. This is so nice. We might even see some windmills. You know? Have I mentioned that the Norwegian word for gold is gull? So assorted gold, yes. Nice, Charlie's Dragon. Where's our gulls? Where's our assortment of gulls? Oh, here we go. Yes. Nice. Gulls doing gull things. Lovely. Is this a river or is this like a tidal estuary? And we skipped the windmills. Okay. Let's go back to the windmills. There we go. It doesn't get much more Dutch than this. Look at that. What's the Dutch word for windmill? It's probably like windmill. It's an old river, but now behind a big lock. Oh, windmolen. Thank you, freelancer. Something molen. That makes sense. Yeah. Notorious Brooklyn gang from the 60s. There you go, Pursue. Yeah. Nice. Let's see what else we got here. A mallard and some tufted ducks. Lythia Ulagula. Nice. And I don't have that song, so. Let's do this instead. Yeah. Okay, 2424. Got some duckos here. Are those tufted ducks, or is that... No, that's probably a male and female mallard, I'm guessing. I'm sure if we got a little closer, we'd see a green head there. Yep. Mallard. Oh, are these more mallards, or are these tufted? No, they look like mallards. These are tufted ducks. Show me those tufts. Oh, there's a tufted duck couple. Okay. Oh, interesting. Looks kind of like a golden eye. At least with a golden eye. Birds. Bird. Tufted duck. There we go. Nice. How are you doing, Mini Pie? Howdy, howdy. Welcome back. What's up? What's going on? What's going on? Huh? Oh. You having a good Thursday Birdsday, Mini Pie? All right, nice. And then we've got a coot at 2524. Let's see here. If anyone would like to take part in a relaxing walk through this landscape in the Netherlands, I would recommend you take a look at this video from Captain's Wharf. Good stuff. There's that coot. Nice. Coot being a little elusive. But, do we see the coot reemerge? There we go. Nice. Very cool. Nice. Let's look up this critter. Is it European or Eurasian coot? Probably common coot, huh? That's my guess. Yeah, which, not that far from the American coot. Hatchlings here. I don't know if we'll get a side-by-side with common coot and American coot, but look at the... It looks like they're wearing clown shoes. I always love seeing this. They're so funny looking. Like, look at that. Oh, boy. They're almost identical. That makes sense, yeah. I think your common coot, they've got a slightly sharper beak. It seems to come to a more pointy end. But yeah, clown shoes on these guys. So funny. They've got these lobed toes, so they can still walk around on land, but the digits are not fully webbed. But they've got these big lobes that make it, you know, they can propel themselves by kicking with their feet. They can, you know, they push themselves forward, but they don't have their digits fully enveloped within webs, so they can still walk around on land and stuff. It's an interesting approach that they take, you know? You like Photoshop? That's coots for you, Golganek. Yeah. It's so funny. Yeah. They didn't fully invest in the web. Exactly, Charlie's Dragon. Well, they didn't want to, you know? That wasn't the evolutionary path that they took. Anyway, excellent stuff, Cacklin's Wharf. Thank you for posting. Always a joy to see. Those windmills there. Another one. If anyone wants to just absorb this Dutch ambiance, there's the link for you there in the chat. Good stuff. Thanks for posting that. And Trek Nerd, now Tech Bird, he's got an orange bird for us. A grosbeak. These are so cool. New feeder to my, new visitor to my feeder / channel as of today. One of my new favorites, black-headed grosbeak. Very, very cool. Look at this photo right here. Look at that. Grosbeak. I think you have a beautiful beak. Even if it's got some schmutz on it. So these guys, who are they related to? Are they related to finches? Let's see. What are the grosbeaks related to? Mr. Pankrat says your mic is kind of quiet. Here, I can turn that up a bit. All right, how's that? Hopefully that's better. Black-headed grosbeak here. Fusticus melanocephalus. That means black-headed. Rose-breasted grosbeak. Black-backed grosbeak. They are related to the chats, like you, and the dick sizzles. and the buntings. Okay. And cardinals, that makes sense. Cardinals also have a big, thick beak like that. I guess that makes intuitive sense. Tanagers, too. Yeah, interesting. Huh. Neat. Okay. Excellent. Thanks for posting, Trekker. That's really lovely. And go check out the Tech Birds channel for live bird ventures, bird sightings. Good stuff. I like how you've got this apple here. Is this for Orioles or somebody like that? You've got the suet feeder. You've got black oil sunflower seeds and millet and stuff like that in there. Some birds in the chat. There we go. Nice. Good stuff. Thank you, Tech Bird. This is lovely. Very cool. Oh, and that's for rabbits. Oh, very cool, Tech Bird. Okay. Apple is for rabbits? Nice. And grosbeaks are seed eaters. That makes sense, Neverwinter. I mean, we see evidence of that here. That's why the beak is gross, because it's got pieces of seeds stuck to it. I think I'm aware that that's not actually why they're called grosbeaks, but... Spectacular Raptor, how are you doing? Welcome. And Cacklin's River's got another one, picking up where the previous one left off. 3 bird moments. Let's see a great crested grebe. And then we'll see more hens. 240 and 426. I like the way you start these two. Some thoughtful cinematography. Oh, another coot. I love how they sound like squeaky toys, you know? That's so funny. There we go. There's a great crested grebe there. Nice. Grebes are funny. I saw one just the other day in San Francisco, actually. Out on the bay. They're cool critters. Gotta love grebes. There. Let's look up great crested grebe. I wonder how close they are to, like, the pied-billed grebe. Great crested grebe. Goodness gracious, great crested grebe. Next to the great grebe. And the crested grebe? No, the horned grebe. Okay. Podiceps, that's a cool genus name. Redneck grebe. Silvery grebe, hooded grebe, blackneck grebe, white tufted, Clark's, Western, New Zealand. The pied-billed grebe. That's such a little bill. Pied, too. Does pied mean... We looked this up last time. Pied means kind of dichromatic, right? It's like you've got 2 different colors. That makes sense for this. There's that big black stripe just running Not sagittally, that would be, what's the word that I'm looking for? Sagittally means down the midline. What's the opposite of that? Why is this slipping my mind right now? Anatomical orientation terms. Sagittal versus axial? Coronal. That's what it is. Yeah. The coronal plane. There you go, like that. Sagittal is down the middle. Transverse is, that coronal is through the side. If that makes sense. So along the coronal plane, we've got our stripe on the pied-billed grebe. Yeah. Grebes be grebing hard, says Pursuit. There's a lot of grebes, They're a diverse group of critters. 19 species. It's not too shabby, They've been fairly successful. And their closest living relative is the flamingers. That's interesting. Huh. Yeah. And Marika says, correction from last week, mine was a Eurasian magpie. They're almost identical to the black-billed magpie. Separate species based on studies of vocal and other behavior, but ours are mischievous. That makes sense, Marika. Yeah. Thank you for the correction. I appreciate the attention to detail there. And thank you for your contribution as well. What else do we have here from Captain's Wharf? Let's look at those moorhens at 426. Let's see. It's lovely, the late afternoon sun. There's our moorhens. Very cool. Oh, and the gray heron. Look at that, just standing there like a statue. So one heron, fewer herons, more hens. Imagine a semi-palmated grebe, says Smurf. I'm imagining it now. Imagine a reticulated grebe. Cool. This is so lovely. Holy cow. Oh, there's our gray heron there too. A little bit noisier here. But it's cars. Cars are noisy. Unless it's the heron making that noise. I doubt that, though. It doesn't sound like their traditional call. More birds galore, I wish we had more trains like this where I live. Got a few, and we're very lucky to have them. Anyway, Cacklin's Wharf, thank you for posting. Good. Heron, all aboard? Exactly. Yeah. Wait for the train if you like noise. I love noise, Cacklin's Wharf. Like every time we have to type an M dash. What? That belongs in the museum! Sorry about the noise, everybody. And exactly, top trike, yeah. Anyway, let's continue. We've got a couple of ducks here for Doki Doki Baka. Nice. 2 mallards. 2 drakes. I like this photo here with the back of this one's head is illuminated. It's kind of funny. Very nice. Anas platyrhynchus. The mallard. And we've got mystery little brown bird. A starling? They weren't drinking. We were at a brewery. I thought this one was very striking. Looks like a house sparrow to me. This is a female house sparrow? That white streak behind the eye suggests it might be something else. No, it totally is. House sparrow. I think so. Passer domesticus. I think so. Thank you, Doki Doki Baka. Yeah. And we have confirmation from Neverwinter. Thank you. Yeah. Do them every day. They're not uncommon birds. You know, there's a lot of them. And Nell has got some ducks in unusual places. They seem to be having an unusual effect upon your camera there. That might warrant investigation. It's almost as if they don't want to be observed. We've got some blue tit socks. Nice. Cool. Very cool. Thanks for posting, Nell. A common tapas-eating Spanish house sparrow, says Pursue. Might be. Yeah. Maybe switching servers on the roof. There you go, Mark. Yeah. Interdimensional ducks? Asked Charlie's Dragon. It might be. Again. They've disappeared. Tax Art has got, big old theropods, big old modern theropods. Took the family to the zoo and renewed our membership. Nice. So we can enjoy these dinosaurs. I just renewed my zoo membership the other day, too. The eagle is Aure, who has a wing injury and cannot fly, so could not survive in the wild. I worked with the eagles during my time at the zoo. That's super cool, Tax Art. Oh, and you can see the way that he's holding his wing. There's definitely some sort of injury there. During my time there, Ure was still new at the zoo. We were working on helping her become comfortable with the presence of people, while far off exhibit, away from the chaos of guests. She has come a long way since then. Good for her, you know? Paleo salute to, this always makes me feel patriotic, you know? Little American icon here. Haliaetus leucocephalus, the bald eagle. With patriotic American pride. Good stuff. And I love the brow ridge on these critters. They just always look so stern, but they can't help it. It's just the way that their skull is shaped. Yeah. And then we got some emus. Very nice. Yeah, Dromaeus novelhollandiae, or something like that, right? The emu. Dromaeus Nirvana. Never mind. Dromaeus novelhollandiae. There we go. Which means New Holland, which is kind of like an antiquated word for Australia, or it's a region in Australia, or something like that. I think the Dutch were originally trying to colonize Australia, and I think the English were like, not so fast. And, or something, I don't know. The point is, this is an emu. World's second largest bird by weight, and by height, I think. And, they're very cool. They're some of my favorite modern animals. Lovely to see. Look at this regal creature. Look at that. I love this stance. Just... Emus can be incredibly goofy, or they can look incredibly dignified, depending on what they happen to be doing at any given moment. Yeah. Very regal feather duster. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. The only bird to be recorded in history at war with humans? Yeah, I wonder... That might not be true. Is there like a Memorial Day? Like a day of remembrance in Australia? To remember all those brave boys who lost their lives to the emus? We have that here in the United States. We call it Thanksgiving, I think. When we lost a war against Turkey. Maybe I'm misremembering. Anyway. It's getting late in the stream. Is that true, Crimson? Huh. Yeah, I'm familiar with the Emu War, Top Trike, yeah. And Australia's unconditional surrender to these large flightless birds. Good for them. To this day, Australia has some of the coolest birds in the world. Emus, cassowaries, forget about it. Galahs, kookaburras. Alexander Morrison says, no vid this time. Far too busy to go to my usual spots. If I can get some time off, I'm sure I can find some better things in these pictures. Cattle egret, white ibis, common grackle. Very cool. Cattle egret, very adaptable bird. Found in all kinds of, like, subtropical regions. On multiple continents. White ibis. This is one of my only Floridan logs on iNaturalist. There. Let me show you. I'm going to Florida next week. Hopefully I'll have many, many more critters logged. But this is so far, I think, the only species that I have logged from Florida. A white ibis. I encountered this during my one-day trip to Florida in 2024, when I went to go visit Dino Land before they closed it. There's a living dinosaur just outside Dino Land. A white ibis. And Alexander Morrison's got the same species here. Very nice. Let's look up white ibis. There we go. Eudocimus albus. Albus, I think, is white. Or white-ish. Scarlet ibis. Plumbeus ibis. Buff-necked ibis. How many ibises do we have? Fair number. Lots of ibises. And then the spoonbills are over here too. we've got like 33 species of ibis in Spoonbill. 34 species. It's more diverse than I thought. Good for them. Speciating, surviving. Who's this again? Yeah, Grackle. Nice. The size of the pupil on this guy. That's so funny. Nice. Thank you, Alexander Morrison. Good stuff. Oh man, I'm so excited to be out there in Florida next week. Again, I'm leaving Monday night. We may or may not do a stream on Monday, depending on how my preparations both for Florida and for Wyoming are going. Because I'm leaving for Wyoming almost immediately after I get back from Florida. So we'll see if I have time to stream on Monday. But right now, I should make it clear this is not our last stream of the week. We're having a special stream, a bonus stream tomorrow on Friday, where I'll be interviewing Dr. Justin Peralt, a researcher at Loggerhead Marine Life Center, about leatherback turtles and other marine turtles too. Mostly leatherbacks. It's gonna be a lot of fun. We may or may not stream on Monday. I may or may not stream on Monday. We'll see. Yeah. What is that, Golganak? That embiggen. That is an awesome emote that Ladina has got. That is so cool. Holy cow. I love that. Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome. Interesting cat temple. I've not heard of that. Huh. Neat. Picard. Interesting that sounds. Huh. Maybe I'll check that out. Picard. Just a second here. Very cool. You get some of that, actually. That is one of the things that I haven't picked up yet, is bug spray, or bug repellent. That is one of the things that was recommended to me for leatherback turtle nesting fieldwork on the beaches. It's a headlamp, relatively dark color clothing, nothing bright. Bug spray, and maybe snacks and a water bottle. I appreciate the tip there, in that sense. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Nice. Anyway, thank you, Alexander Morrison. Looking forward to visiting your home state in just a few days. Pursue has got the Gull Gang and their misfit jackdaw pal up to their usual mischief. Uh-oh. What are they doing here? They've stolen a shopping cart. They're eating something. They may have barfed all over the place. This is some, like, Trailer Boys stuff that they're up to here. Trailer Park Boys. I love this. Oh, gulls. Mayhem. Yeah. Thank you for posting there, Pursue. Good stuff. Again, I don't know what species of gulls these are, but they're probably within genus Larus. Trailer Park Boys. There you go, Techbird. Yeah. Little gull. These guys are kind of a mess taxonomically, I think. The Laridae. I bet you genus Laris is going to get split up in the future if it hasn't been already. Yeah. Neverwinter says herring gulls, I think. That would make a lot of sense. Yeah, makes sense. Laris argentatus. Very widespread species. Oh, by the way, Neverwinter, I should show you one of my latest iNaturalist observations. There we go. I may have mentioned this after we went on this trip, but I should bring it up again because I think this is really cool. This is possibly the only northern gannet in the Pacific. Did I show you this after we got back from the Farallones? This is on an Oceanic Society trip to the Farallon Islands off the coast of San Francisco. And his name is Morris. He's well known to the locals. I think I talked about this before? Yeah, okay. Yeah. And I didn't get the joke until I logged this observation on iNaturalist. The genus name is Morus. And they call him Morris. Yeah. Morris, the very lonely gannet. It's a link. Yeah. Morris, as some birders have dubbed him because of his Latin name, was spotted at the Farallon Islands April 25th, 2012. In 2014 and 2015, he spent the breeding season on Alcatraz with the Brandt's cormorants. According to Michael Pearson, the park ranger at Alcatraz, he's assumed to be a male because he's been seen displaying to the Brandt's cormorants. The cormorants are not fond of him because he takes up valuable breeding space. Poor Morris. His love calls will not be answered. So, yeah. So I think this is just one individual who's been spotted all over the place. Here. Northern gannet. Let's see if we can look at a map. There we go. So this is their usual range. From Europe up to Iceland, Greenland, and then the east coast of Canada and the US. And then I think this cluster over here, I think this is all just Morris. He's been spotted many times, which is kind of crazy. But here's Alcatraz. So all of these different people have been posting photos of Morris here. There he is there. Here he is here at Aquatic Park. It's a blurry photo, but yeah. Again, one individual bird. There could be more than one, but he's kind of a phenomenon, you know, like people love taking pictures of him. And I think if you're going out to the Farallons on like a naturalist guided boat tour, your guide is going to point out Morris and be like, he is a very special bird. He's the only one in the Pacific. Oh yeah. Pretty neat. Yeah. Nutsen says, where is Morris now? Well, I mean, you can... Here, I'll set up a link for you here on iNaturalist. think... Let's see. Get it. Well, actually, I'm not sure if I can send you a link that's just like corralled or whatever you would say. But anyway, you can take the map over to the Pacific, and you can look. I think maybe every single one of these might be that individual.
This is it. This is the horizon, which marks the extinction of the dinosaurs. Below this level, and out in here, there are dinosaur fossils. Above this level, on these rocks, there are no dinosaur fossils. So I'm actually standing on the level that marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
And their 8 raiders have stumbled below that level. Let's talk dinosaurs.
Sofia Nosovic, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. I hope you had an excellent stream. We're in the middle of Thursday BIRDSDAY right now, but let me play you a quick little trailer to introduce you to what we're all about here. Here we go.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing.
Thank you, Sophia, for bringing it with
Hey,
you.
can I just get a single living dinosaur?
Thanks for the follow. Good to have you here. Yeah.
Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. All right. That's German music reactions. Oh, very cool. Big 7-4? Nice, nice. And AZ Rips, thank you. Or is it AZR Ips? I'm going to say AZ Rips, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. I'm bad at English? You're not. Your English is probably better than a lot of Americans. Probably better than a lot of the people in the highest levels of American government, frankly. I don't know. Don't sell yourself short. I appreciate you, Sophia. Thank you for rating it. Sophia says, I'm bad at English, but you're like Jurassic Park in real life. I will take that as a compliment. Thank you. I am a paleontologist. I work on dinosaurs. And today we're celebrating the idea that dinosaurs never went extinct. Not completely. We still have many, many species of dinosaur still around today. We just happen to call them birds.
Still dinosaur.
I invite you to... Oop. It's Thursday BIRDSDAY. So we're going through bird photos that members of this community have posted, and we're talking about those birds. So yeah, let's continue. Thank you, Pursue, for posting these lovely photos of these gulls and that jackdaw. Good stuff. And Crimson says, here's some birds I saw when visiting a lakeside town called Keswick to visit a museum. Afterwards, I went on a trail around Lake Derwentwater. Ducks, geese, and a Canada goose, a wood pigeon, some kind of songbird. Funny story about the last photo with the pheasant in the distance. I was getting ready to take a shot, and before I got the bird, I heard a jet and an RAF Typhoon. An RAF Typhoon, and when I tried to get a shot of the fighter, I was struggling to get a frame of the fighter, only I realized I'd forgotten to zoom out on my phone's camera. Ended up missing the jet by the time yeah, that happens sometimes. We're here for the birds. Lovely. This looks like maybe a gray lag goose right here. Maybe? That's a guess. Some mallards. This must be the wood pigeon. Very nice. And who is this? What kind of passerine bird is this? What kind of little sparrow? But let's look up the wood dove. Those are fun. Wood doves. And first anomaly, I agree. I mean, we're paying. Hopefully being respectful of these birds' personal space when we're taking these photos. But I agree with you. I don't like when people just shoo birds out of the way. They have as much a right to be there as I do, you know? Shouldn't bother them. I don't know what kind of dove this is here. Interesting collar around the neck. Lots of species of dove. This is a very successful group. Lots of species within Columbiformes. 308 species.
Wow.
Quite a few of them. It looks like a female chaffinch, says Cacklinsworth. That would make sense, huh? Yeah. Yep, Eurasian chaffinch. Makes sense to me. Yeah, I think that's a match. Excellent. Who are these guys? Oh, more geese. Nice. Little gosling there, little baby. Thank you. Crimson Carnotaurus. I appreciate you posting. Good stuff. Parka says this is Magnolia. Oh, a very curious and social black vulture I got to work with at my last zoo job. She's one of my absolute favorite birds to work with. She is beautiful. You know, vultures get a bad rap, but they're very important birds. I remember when I was in Puerto Rico last May. We were talking with a naturalist there, me and Ios and Lordy, and he was talking about how they only have vultures on one half of the island. And so on the other half of the island, every time you get some kind of a mammal that gets hit by a car and killed, be it like an invasive mongoose or a feral dog or something, they just sit there and rot for weeks and weeks and weeks, and you don't see that on the other half of the island because there's vultures there, and the vultures will clean up the carcasses. So they're important critters, you know? And we benefit from their presence, even if a lot of people disrespect them. Vultures are worthy of our respect and, dare I say, admiration. And like just about all birds, different individuals have got different personalities. Got different likes and dislikes. You know, like people in that regard. And that skin on the head, top trike. Yeah, so vultures like this, they've evolved to have featherless heads, mostly featherless. And that helps keep them clean when they're, you know, sticking their heads inside carcasses. To get all those nutritious bits out. Thank you, Parka, for posting good stuff. Tommy Ploticus has got a couple of European starlings. Moving into the bird box. Nice. I read they're invasive to Canada. They're invasive to North America in general. Yeah. Yeah. People have very mixed feelings about starlings. A lot of bird people love all birds except for starlings. And I can understand that. They were introduced to North America. They've kind of taken over a lot of ecosystems, and they've started to push out some of the native bird species. So those are definitely reasons to maybe not be particularly fond of them. But at the same time, they are beautiful, intelligent, social, vibrant animals. And so yeah, I don't know. I have mixed feelings about starlings. There's an excellent book about them that I often recommend, called Mozart's Starling by Leonda Lindhaupt. Mozart's Starling. Sorry, I don't have the dust jacket on this. But I think we can find a quick video of the author introducing this book and introducing the bird.
The idea for this book was really sudden, actually. I had heard about the story of Mozart's starling for years, probably even decades. But one day I was looking out the window of this study and a flock of starlings appeared on the grass, and I just became obsessed with the notion that this brilliant composer had as a companion this very common, and what is in our country, a reviled bird. Here they're a non-native invasive species. Conservationists like me, nature writers like me, are supposed to hate starlings. So that sort of dissonance was very interesting to me. So I flew to Salzburg, I flew to Vienna, I read all of his biographies and his letters, and then perhaps the craziest thing I did was rescue a 5-day-old starling chick and raise her in our household. This is Carmen. She's 4 years old now, and she is very much a part of our life. I don't know if she's part of our human family or we're her starling flock. I think it's actually a little bit of both.
Lovely book. Really well written, thoughtful, thought-provoking. Excellent. It's good stuff. Highly recommend it. It's one of my favorite authors. Let's see if I can find that. There we go. Anyhow, where's that? But any like, I'm not sure I know what you mean, Top Trike. What? I don't think I understand. If you wouldn't mind rephrasing, I'll be happy to answer your question. I don't think I follow. Unless you mean like, well, you know, all creatures on Earth are trying to thrive, reproduce. That's true. You know, it's through no fault of their own. If that's what you mean. Anyhow, Tommy Ploticus has had a starling move in across the yard. New neighbor. You can have worse neighbors than starlings, for sure. But they are invasive, yeah. Anyway. Auro says, I have no idea what this bird is, and I'm very interested to find out. Oh, I don't know who this is either. Mystery bird. Yeah. Hopefully someone later in the thread has figured it out, because I don't know. Some kind of passerine bird, some sort of perching bird. So we can narrow it down at least to this small group. 5,900 species. It's somewhere in here, I think. Neverwinter says, Western kingbird? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Excellent. Okay. Wait, if that's the case, then I probably saw one of these the other day. I think I saw one of these over the weekend. I'll show you a picture, and Neverwinter, you can tell me whether or not you think it is what it is. Tyrannus verticalis. Is this a member of the tyrant flycatchers? Kingbirds. But what a cool name. Tyrannus. The Western kingbird, Tyrannus. Let me find my photo. It's not a good photo, so I didn't post it to iNaturalist. I was a little embarrassed. Here's one of the photos. And here's another one. Could this be a Western kingbird? It did have kind of a yellowish belly. I don't really see it here in the photo very well. And like white bands on the wings. It should have like a black streak over the eye, which it kind of does. Anyway, I got to go back and get better photos before I can log this observation in iNaturalist, you know? Yeah. I did plug it into iNaturalist, and it's like, it's probably a kingbird. But I can do better than that. I don't want to log that one. This is a much better photo, and well done there, Auro. Well done. And Neverwinter says, might be... No, I know, it's definitely not a mockingbird. I know what a mockingbird looks like and sounds like. It wasn't a mockingbird. It was yellow. But, yeah, this is gorgeous. Well done, Auro. Very nice. And he learned a new bird. It must be, hence the crown, yeah. Nice. Kingbird. Steely Dan says, for the last several years, this robin has been making a nest near my apartment and keeping me up at night with the constant yelling. Caught it on video collecting nesting material. Hopefully it nests a little further away this year. Let's see. Nice. Very nice. And it's cool when you can get to know a bird and you're like, I remember you from last year. Here you are again. Here we are, two different creatures living our lives, but we cross paths once a year. That's pretty cool. Makes you wonder what the bird is thinking. I wonder if they think about what we're thinking about. Like, hey, that big weird ape mammal, what are they thinking? You know? Yeah. F. Edgar has got, ooh, is this housefinch? Bengar. Male housefinch here. We've got a unidentified yellow bird who might be, oh, a hooded oriole. Very cool. Oh, that's neat. Here, let's look them up. Kingbird to hooded oriole. How far? Okay, decently far. Okay, yeah, really far, actually. Nice. Very nice. Very cool, F. Edgar. Thank you for posting. Good stuff. I like this one in particular, just kind of like peeking out from the bushes. It's a superb Thursday BIRDSDAY photo. And then we've got a scrub jay hummingbird and a mesmerized cat named Merced after the river in Yosemite, not the town. there. Unloved town, Merced. Isn't that Rhacodactylus' neck of the woods, Merced? Here's the scrub jay. Nice. And hunger. Nice. With a lemon for scale. Good stuff. Thank you, F. Edgar, for posting. Crimson's got a collection of bird eggs from the English region of Cumbria. Not Cambria, but Cumbria. Cambria is an old name for Wales. Cumbria, I guess. Which are on display at the Keswick Museum. Oh, and this might be why so many birds were in decline or even, like, extirpated from Great Britain, because people just couldn't stop stealing their eggs. At least these are preserved in a museum. But, cool, Crimson, thanks for posting. And Chaotic Time Traveler's got more Luffy photos with me there. Nice. And some rare green ringbirds. What is this? Sir, this photograph was taken by one of our top pilots. It's some UAPs here, unidentified avian phenomena. As you can see, they are capable of aeronautic locomotion that our craft are not remotely capable of. I recommend we get our top men on this right now. These look like turkey vultures. That like kind of vaguely V shape to the wings like that. I think these are turkey vultures. Nice. Yeah, turkey vultures. Nice. They were flying low and close until I got outside with something to record them. Not sure which birds I got pictures of. Nice. And this is from today. We had a dinosaur watching this. I look unhappy here. But here's Luffy. Very nice. Yeah. They're communicating via neon green light projections around them. Exactly. Stonehenge. Yeah. Thank you, Chaotic Time Traveler. Today, Luffy demonstrated that he can mimic the sound of babies babbling from Called Midwife. Interesting. Cool. Thank you, Chaotic Time Traveler. Heptacularaptor's got a purple gallinule looking for food in the wetlands of South Florida. I am so excited to see some of these next week. Look at this photo. Look at that resolution there. You can practically hear every feather here. You can at least see them. Look at those beetle digits. It's so funny looking. I love gallinules. Thank you, Heptacularaptor. Good stuff. Petrodactylus has found this fellow while I was out of town recently. This was in Sequim, Washington, because it's a young male hooded merganser or a female one. I don't think I've come across this bird before, so this was awesome to see. Oh, neat. Mergansers are a lot of fun. Yeah. Super, super cool. Very nice. Patrick, thanks for posting. Excellent. Gallinula. Oh, wait. I wasn't even trying to do that, Captain's Worth. Was I a poet and I didn't know it? Huh. If so, I missed that. And... oh, we've got a black-crowned night heron. This is Charlene. She hung out with me while I had my lunch. She may have wanted a bite. Nice. This is our municipal bird here in Oakland, where I live. In the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. Just across the bay. Over there. Oakland. This is, here, I even posted about this the other day. go. There we go. Oakland's hottest influencer won't stop pooping on parking meters. I promise it's not me. It's not me. It's the black crowned night heron. This is a great online periodical, by the way. Coyote, good stuff. Yeah, a black crowned night heron hanging out on the 8th and Franklin Streets here in Oakland. Here's a link. To that piece. I wonder if we've got a recent video. We'll do it again. Exactly. Nothing more. Yeah.
New at 10, Oakland's official city bird is in danger. So this week, the Oakland Zoo and Audubon Society are relaunching a rescue program to save the wild birds nesting along the streets of Oakland. KTV's Gianna Katsuyama joins us live now.
So funny, these herons. I love them.
And Christina, many people might not even realize that Oakland has an official city bird, let alone be able to name it if they saw it up in the trees. But right now is its nesting season, and that brings it into a very difficult and dangerous time for the baby birds that are beginning to hatch.
Lake Merritt there.
Springtime in Oakland brings birds of a certain feather together.
People think of city birds, they think of, pigeons, and maybe these days we think of crows.
But look closely in the trees downtown and listen. And you might find yourself facing the city of Oakland's official bird.
We have these amazing black-crowned night herons that have nested in Oakland for hundreds of years.
But Glenn Phillips, executive director of the Golden Gate Audubon Society, says the black-crowned night heron needs help. So they're partnering with the Oakland Zoo on a rescue mission.
These are feathered dinosaurs.
Phillips says the problem is that the herons have moved over the years from Lake Merritt to colonies downtown at 12th and Harrison, as well as over at Oak and 10th.
This is a wildlife problem that's happening.
So they live over by the Oakland Museum.
In our own backyard.
Colleen Kinsley, vice president of animal care and conservation at the Oakland Zoo, says when the baby herons hatch, they aren't able to fly, so they often fall from the trees onto the pavement.
They can get hit by cars, attacked by dogs, and the parents oftentimes won't continue to feed them because it's too dangerous even for the parents to come down to the ground.
This week, the zoo relaunched their heron rescue teams for the first time since the pandemic shut down.
Anyway, here's a link if you want to watch the rest of this. But Minnie Pie is reminding me I need to continue with Thursday BIRDSDAY so I can spend some time with her. Where you causing trouble back there? Where you going? Where are you going? Huh? You're just full of mischief. Just filled to the brim. She's hoping to climb up on the back of the chair and scratch it up, and I don't want her to do that. Let's continue. Thank you, Nothing More Variant, for posting. Good stuff. Cool. I hope you enjoyed your lunch, and I hope Charlene enjoyed hanging out with you. Crimson's got, museum displays here. Very cool. Curlews. It's funny, you think of these as being marsh birds or like wetland birds, but used to see a lot of curlews out in Montana in the middle of the prairie. They'd go to breed, I think, during the summer. You've disappeared into the ferns. What are you doing back there? You watch those cables, okay? What are you doing? you going? Where do you think you're going? Huh? On here? You're like ready to jump on my head. That was you. You're knocking things over with your tail. That's you doing that. So she knows that I want to go back to do this, and then I'll have to bring the chair closer, and then she can jump on the back of the chair. So
Surfing the waves. It's no big deal.
I'm just gonna go like this instead. Hopefully she doesn't jump on my back.
Just press the action.
But let's continue. What are you doing? What are you doing? What's your plan here? This really now belongs to anybody. Apparently, Golganak, yeah. Let's see. Adult Viper has got a hummingbird. Very nice. Oh, Mini Pie found her way back to the desk. Okay, good. Good. Yeah, I know it's getting late. We gotta finish this up. We gotta finish Thursday BIRDSDAY. There's more birds to look at. There's more birds. Yeah, I know. We have more birds. Here's one. And is this a rufus? Huh. Cool. You better not get too feisty and start biting me. There we go. Let's go to the rufus hummingbird here. That's not a good photo of a rufus hummingbird. What the heck? What? What? That's terrible. Oh well. Much better photo here from Adult Viper. Thank you, thank you. Nice. Photo and video. Excellent. Thanks for posting, Adult Viper. Dr. Terrace says, I believe this is a cliff swallow. I just logged my first observation of a cliff swallow to iNaturalist over the weekend. Also saw my first ever pileated woodpecker. Nice. I couldn't record it as it showed for 3 seconds above the valley like a cryptid gone in seconds. They do that. Yeah, if they've got like red around the throat, I think, then that's a cliff swallow. Nice. So they're probably after bugs around there, or they're collecting mud for their nests. But yeah, just this past weekend, I logged my first cliff swallow. There we go. Yeah. Lovely critters. Get that red around their chin and neck. Cool stuff. Thanks for posting, Dr. Tara. Excellent. Man, how many more do we have to go? Shoot. Nothing More Variant says, this Chinese classical painting in the avian flesh, let's not forget her. Yeah. This is a white heron or egret or... oh, I don't know. But very cool. Thank you, Nothing More. 2 families of geese. Dr. Tara's got here. Very nice. Excellent. And Neverwinter has got a blue grosbeak. What is this? Passerina cerulean from June of 2023 at Bombay Hook and National Wildlife Refuge in Delaware. Blue grosbeak is somewhat rare in the mid-Atlantic and can be distinguished from the similar indigo bunting by its heavier beak and brown highlights on the wings. Very nice. As usual, lovely, lovely bird photos from Neverwinter. Look at the gleam in that eye. And look at the big gross beak on this grosbeak. And there's the gross schmutz. All the grosbeaks we've seen so far today have, like, crud stuck to their beaks. That's pretty funny. But what a beautiful animal, you know? What a lovely little dinosaur you are. Excellent. And Trek Nerd says, one of my cats, Kitterling, enjoying the start of today's Thursday BIRDSDAY. Look, Mini Pie, look. Hey. There's another cat watching. Yeah, and there's that, what's the artist's name? Shoot. You can tell it's the end of the stream and I'm running out of steam here. Mark Hallett illustration there from our Thursday BIRDSDAY opening. Nice, Trek Nerd. Very nice. Now, with that... sorry, Mini Pie. I gotta get to my keyboard here. Let's see. We'll be... putting Thursday BIRDSDAY on hold for a while. Since the Florida trip and, well, let's just put since summer field work is upon us. Check back in. After a couple months, and we'll continue the avian appreciation. There we go. And with that, if I could have one of the mods close off the Thursday BIRDSDAY channel for right now, or maybe we'll just make a new one. Yeah, we might just make a new one when I get back from the field, but again, to clarify / emphasize, next Thursday, I'm going to be in Florida, doing leatherback turtle work, and streaming too. The Thursday after that, hopefully I'll already be in Wyoming, digging up dinosaurs on stream. I'll be there for 2 weeks, might be doing some other summer field work after that. And then it's on to Utah, at the, late July, early August. So it might be like mid-August by the time we do Thursday BIRDSDAY again. So I hope you all have enjoyed this instance of Thursday BIRDSDAY. We'll continue again in a couple months. Also, Normally, this is the time when I say, hey, I'll see everybody next week, but see you tomorrow. A special bonus Friday stream tomorrow. Talking about Floridan wildlife, talking about leatherback turtles, interviewing Dr. Justin Peralt of the Loggerhead Marine Life Center. I'm going to be doing fieldwork with him next week. But before that, he's very kindly agreed to do a Zoom interview with us. So we'll be talking all about marine turtle conservation in Florida and his kind of boots on the ground work out there. So I hope you'll tune in tomorrow. We might be starting tomorrow's stream a little bit later because it's going to be going later tomorrow. He's busy until I think 3 p.m. his time, which is 6 p.m. my time. So yeah, we might start tomorrow's stream a little bit later. With that, it's time to wrap up this broadcast. And let's put an Archaeopteryx under our credits here. Let's see who else is here on Twitch right now, whom we might raid into. Who might be doing some science streaming currently. Let's see here. Nerduino is on. Let's go see what he's up to. Excellent. We're going to go right into a former NASA scientist and current-day astronomer, Nerduino. We'll see what he's up to. Thank you to everybody showing up in our credits here. Raiders and new followers, thanks for finding us. Thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Thank you to the subscribers and the gifters and the cheers, the people who make these streams possible through their financial contributions. I couldn't do this, let alone do this full time, without your generous support, and I am deeply grateful. Thank you for that. And then, of course, to our loyal and beloved moderators, the beating heart of this community. Thank you, mods, for everything that you do to make paleontologizing what it is. Couldn't do this without you either. With that said, we're going to go right into Nerduino. And I hope to see everybody tomorrow for some more paleontologizing. If you've got questions about leatherback turtles, about marine turtle conservation, I hope you bring those questions tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of fun. Without further ado, let's wrap this up and go see what Nerduino's up to. Take care. Bye-bye.